जर कोणी
Download any video to watch anytime, anywhere. Get YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
It's not open.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar on intellectual property and research. My name is Satish Kokate, and I'll be your host for the session. The purpose of this webinar is to provide a comprehensive overview of intellectual property and its importance in various fields, including science, technology, and arts. The webinar also covers the world of research and its importance in various fields. We will also have a Q&A session at the end of the webinar, and I request all the participants can type their questions in the comment box on YouTube to address any questions and concerns you may have. Without further ado, let me introduce you to Honorable D.P. Sawant sir, ex-Minister of State for Higher and Technical Education, and Secretary Shri Shardabhan Education Society Nanded to preside over inaugural session of this webinar, sir.
Good morning,
It,
everybody.
it gives me immense pleasure to introduce and welcome Honorable Uddhav V. Bhosle, sir, Vice Chancellor, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, Maharashtra. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, will be inaugurating today's webinar. Allow me to introduce you to welcome Dr. S.B. Thorat, sir, Director, Institute of Technology and Management, Nanded, who will be chairing all the sessions of this webinar. Let me welcome our first speaker, Dr. Parikshit Mahale, Dean, VIIT Pune, who will be discussing the topic intellectual property
Satish,
at a
sorry to
glance.
interruption. Our first speaker is Anand Mahurkar. He has some work to be scheduled.
May I also welcome the second speaker, Advocate Anand Mahurkar. He is the founder of AM Legal Associates Pune. Advocate Anand Mahurkar will be addressing patenting need of an hour and will be sharing valuable insights and perspectives on this important topic. Allow me to welcome and introduce next speaker, Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, who is working as a professor in Symbiosis University, Pune. Dr. Sanjay Pohekar will be addressing on how to write a research paper in the third session of this webinar. Let me also welcome the next speaker, Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, Head Department of Computer Science, Sardar Patel Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur, Maharashtra. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the attendees of this webinar on YouTube who are principals, teachers, professionals, researchers, and industrialists and students. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you will enjoy the webinar. With the kind permission of the president of today's webinar, I beseech Dr. S.B. Thorat, sir, Director, Institute of Technology and Management, Nanded, to briefly develop the idea behind this national webinar. Over to you, Dr. S.B. Thorat, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. Honorable Shri Dattatreyaji Pandurangji Sawant, ex Minister for State Technical Education and also a Guardian Minister of Nanded for 2010-14 and Secretary Shri Shadavan Education Society, my mentor. And I also specially welcome our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shri Uddhavji Bhosle, Shri Professor Sanjay Poekar, Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, Professor Parikshit Mahalle, and I also welcome all the attendees from various universities and from various states across the nation. It's given me immense pleasure to be on this webinar to give you insight of the topic. The reason behind choosing this intellectual property is the NIMS, that is National Intellectual Property Awareness Mission 2022, wherein the Government of India and its Patent Office started the campaign for the awareness of intellectual property. In response to this, we are we are taking this webinar and we are hosting this webinar to reach to the students, to the researchers with this topic, and the sessions will be like this. I will be outlining the session. First session will be delivered by beloved friend and ex-colleague, the patent practitioner, Sri Anand Mahurkar. He is Advocate Anand Mahurkar. He was my ex-colleague. And sorry for interruption. I'm having voice translation online. Some technical issues there, as he is unable to join. So our second session, the second session chair will be Professor Parikshit Malle, who is my student from BN College of Engineering. And our third session speaker is Professor Sanjay Poekar, who was my colleague at BN College of Engineering, Pusad, and now working at Symbiosis as a professor. Our final session chair, session speaker is Dr. S.B. Kishore, my PhD guide. And you see, the topic itself is good enough to give the insight. In these in these sessions, we'll be covering the intellectual property rights. Now, intellectual property and the right itself is specifies you what it really means, what else you think, what else you want to do, what innovations you want to have, what innovation you are doing is very vital for you, and you must register it in the form of, say, patent or copyright or trademark, what else you may design or what. I don't want to go in detail since this session speakers will be delivering their talk on this. And I request Honorable even State Minister and Secretary Southern Society, she requests also to give us the insight of research methodology, sorry, this intellectual property. And in any academic, the most important topic is research. The need is mother of every invention, and every invention we got to have a proper research. And especially in academia, we got to have some know-how of writing research papers. So we'll be focusing on that. And Professor Sanjeev Hoekar will be delivering this talk. While doing research, we need some tools, and without tools, the support of the tools, it is difficult to go for the respective research. And my research guide, Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, will be delivering his talk on the research tools. And Professor Parikshit Malle, the Dean VIIT, will be taking his session, taking his session on intellectual property. And the important of research is, you all know, and the speakers are already there to speak on this, but something innovative, something useful for society, something useful for the nation is being expected. And as far as this intellectual property, patent, and everything goes, and research goes, innovation goes, you might be watching one program called Shark Tank. So these kind of patent or sorry, intellectual property rights will fetch you not only the name, fame, but it also give you some financial assistance by virtue of either selling your rights or by virtue of passing your rights by against some monetary gain. And you have seen this program, that is Shark Tank, wherein the idea is being encashed by these sharks, and right from 1% to 5% without any investment, they are giving their ideas to these people. So such a importance is this intellectual property. So without taking much of your time, I wish every success to this webinar. And of course, there is separate vote of thanks is due, but it's my humble duty, part of my humble duty to extend my profoundly sincere thanks to Honorable ex-State Minister for Education, Higher and Technical Education, Sri Dattatreya Pandurangji Sawant Sir, Secretary Shadam Youth Society, for accepting our invitation to preside over today's function. And I'm also thankful to the speakers, all the speakers, and I'm eagerly waiting for Honorable Vice Chancellor Udish Thackeray. Some technical issues there. We have given him the link, but he's unable to open the link. The link is not opening. He joined momentarily, but somehow due to some technical issue, he couldn't make it. And I hope he will join us. So I guess Honorable Vice Chancellor is with us. Vice Chancellor, sir, are you there? So I welcome you all, and once again welcome you, Dr. Uddhavji Bhosle, if you are there. Okay, it seems it's taking some time for joining the Honorable Vice Chancellor for this webinar. Meanwhile, I request Satish Kokate to introduce the Vice Chancellor, the curriculum vitae of his, so that he can join meanwhile. So over to you, Satish. And the outline of today's program is this webinar will be inaugurated by Dr. Uddhavji Bhosle, and then after his inaugural speech, Honorable President of today's function, Shri Dattatreya Pandurang Savan, will be giving his presidential address, and then at 11:30 we'll be finishing this inaugural session. At 11:30 we'll be having first session that will be delivered by Advocate Anand Mahurkar, the patent practitioner from Pune, and subsequent sessions will be there as the timetable is already with you people. And thank you one and all. And Satish, over to you.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. Since Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, is not online, may I?
Yes, I am online.
Yes, thank you so much.
Just I have
Thank you
joined.
so much, sir.
With so
May I
much
humbly,
difficulties, I
yes,
would able to join.
may I humbly request Honorable Uddhavji Bhosle, sir, Vice Chancellor Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, to inaugurate today's webinar and address this intellectual gathering. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, over to you, sir.
So, dignitaries on this virtual dais, Honorable Sri D.P. Sawant Sahib, the Director of this institute, resource person, participants, delegates. Good morning to one and all. I take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Suryakant Thorat and his team for organizing a national webinar on intellectual property and the research. I extend my best wishes for this webinar, and I hope that this webinar would be very, very useful for the students and the researchers and the professionals working in the different fields. I formally declare that this webinar is inaugurated. As you know that for any academic institution, the research is the most important component, and particularly for university and in the university department, the research innovation are the important parameters of any department or any school that in the any school. So this webinar will definitely highlight or will definitely share or useful for the researchers. When a research is complete or when research to some extent is complete, then the next step is in many cases we have to patent it. And after patenting, next step is for product development or technology transfer. All other aspects are important. But when we go for an intellectual property, then in this case it is important that whatever the research you would like to patent or the ideas you would like to patent, ensure that these are based on your experimental work, these are based on your simulation work, and it has link with the output that you would like to demonstrate or that you have demonstrated. I personally feel that all the researchers who do research and have their good research output should go for the patenting or should go for the intellectual property. So how to go for patenting, what are the different rules, what methodology they are going to use, what are the research ethics. I think that all these components would be covered in in this webinar. So without taking much of your time, I once again congratulate the team for organizing this webinar and extend my best wishes uh, for the webinar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I kindly request Honorable D.P. Sawant, sir, to give the presidential speech.
Very good morning to all the participants. Inaugurator of today's webinar, Honorable Uddhavji Bhosle, Vice Chancellor of Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University. Dignitaries present today on this webinar, Professor Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, Dr. Parikshit Mahalle, Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, and I think Advocate Mahurkar is not yet joined, but I welcome all of you for this webinar. Of course, Dr. S.B. Thorat, Director of ITM, who has initiated this webinar, and all the participants, students, researchers, and friends. The topic intellectual property and research, it is really need of the hour for today's academia. 21st century, as you all know, is the century of knowledge, of course, through information and technology, for which our country paved way back in 1980s. Today, we are proud that our intellectual property platform, we stand very high globally. It is the fruit of the researchers who have done researches for last so many years. And in today's academic world also, I believe, intellectual property and research plays vital role, which automatically gives strength to our country in becoming superpower. International property for students, I like because it is creation of mind. And creation of mind is a proper way to explore a student inside in every student. In the ways inventions in all faculties, art, science, law, commerce, you name the faculty, and their intellectual property and research are required. We have intellectual properties rights in the form of patents, trademarks, copyrights, etc. They are very essential because we have heard of brain drain, but we should stop it, intellectual property brain theft. To stop this brain theft, I think these rights are very important. Protecting intellectual property has become a global challenge for every one of us. And I think through this webinar, these rights can be deliberated upon. The next part is of research. I personally feel that in our curriculum, in any degree or any faculty, research should be the fundamental part of it. We have had enough bookish knowledge, but I think research should help. We should take up research. Every student should take research, which benefits our society and our nation on the whole. We are witnessing global warming, environmental changes. We are witnessing challenges before farming. And for all this, I think students and professors should do continuous research, and the outcome of which should help our society on the whole. In the industry also, I think it is time for us to boost agro industries, because 65% of our population depends on agriculture. We have to give them some solution to stand on their legs, on their feet. I think researchers have a uphill task for this, but I think if we do it, if we decide to do it, we can definitely achieve it. And by research, we can definitely help ourselves and our country and the society on the whole. And hence, the importance of research in academic career is very essential. But let me underline one thing, that research should not be only for your academic excellence. It should not be only to strengthen your biodata, but it should be for the betterment of mankind. It should be for what you can give to the society. If you keep that angle, your research will definitely will be meritorious. I wish all of you, all the students who are participating and who are eager to listen to our keynote speakers, I wish you all the best. I congratulate ITM Dr. S.B. Thorat in special for organizing this program, which will definitely benefit the students and the related topic in today's world, intellectual property and research. Thank you all. Have a
Thank you,
good day.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Over to you, Satish. Satish?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your presidential speech. Thank you so much. May I request Dr. M.M. Bokhare, sir, to give vote of thanks. Dr. M.M. Bokhare, sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Madhav Bokhare, and I am honored to have given opportunity to extend my sincerest gratitude to all of you for attending this national webinar on intellectual property and research. First and foremost, I would like to thank Honorable D.P. Sawant, sir, ex-Minister of State for Higher and Technical Education, and Secretary Sri Shadapuni Society, Nanded, to have presided over this national webinar. Thank you, sir, for guiding us. Further, I would like to thank Honorable Uddhavji Bhosle, sir, Vice Chancellor Swami Ramanand Tirth, Maratha University, Nanded, for inaugurating this webinar and guiding us. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. Let me thanks all the speaker, Dr. Parikshit Mahale, sir, Dean VIIT Pune, spoke extensively for the topic intellectual property at a glance. Your expertise will certainly enrich our knowledge and inspire us to pursue our academic and professional goals. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitations. May I also thank next speaker, Dr. Advocate Anand Mahurkar, sir. He is the founder of AM Legal Associate, Pune, accepting our invitation and to speak on patenting need of an hour. Thank you, sir, for. Next, also, I thank our next speaker, Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, sir, professor in Symbiosis, Pune. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and given topics how to write a research paper in the third session of this webinar. Next, also thanks Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir, Head of Department of Computer Science, Sardar Patel Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur, Maharashtra, for accepting to speak on a research tool and citation techniques. I would also like to express my special thanks to Dr. S.B. Thorat, sir, Director, Institute of Technology and Management, Nanded, our organizer and sponsor, for making this event possible. Your supports and dedication to promoting intellectual growth and development are highly commendable. To all our participants, thank you for your active participants and engagements. Your thoughtful questions and comments have made this webinar more dynamic and interactive.
We hope that the knowledge and skills you have acquired will be beneficial in your further endeavors. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the hard work and commitment of your technical team and staff who ensure the smooth running of this event. Your professionalism and expertise are greatly appreciated. Once again, thank you all for being part of this national webinar on intellectual property and research. Let us continue to strive for excellence in our respective fields and contribute to the advancement of knowledge and innovation. Thank you, sir. Now, may I invite Satish Kopate, sir, to continue with this second sessions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Without further ado, let me invite the first speaker, Dr. Anand Mahurkar, sir. Before I invite him, I would like to give a brief introduction of Advocate Anand Mahurkar, sir. Advocate Anand Mahurkar is the founder of AM Legal Associates. Is a practicing as a lawyer who is an engineer by profession. He pursued his master's degree from BITS Pilani. He pursued his law degree from Savitribai Phule University of Pune. He is a registered patent agent and Indian Patent Office and a member of Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa. He has an overall experience of 17 years in the industry, academic, and legal domains. He has been working in the intellectual property law domain for the last 16 years. His practice area includes patent prosecution and litigation, commercial laws, and cyber laws. He is one of the very few practitioners who is actively involved in the prosecution and litigation of IP, cyber, and criminal laws. He has been instrumental in building IP portfolio of many companies. He has experience representing clients in more than 50 countries. He has been an advisory board of a number of startups, SMEs, colleges, and universities. He has conducted hundreds of talks, workshops, and lectures on IP, patent, legal aspects of business. He has been a resource person for several national level seminars and conferences. He's a passionate trainer and add more and more individuals to the IP fraternity. He's a trainer at the RGNIIPM, which is the IP Training Institute of Indian Patent Office. It gives me immense pleasure to invite the first speaker of today's webinar, Dr. Advocate Anand Mahurkar. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Anand, take your own time and we are waiting for you.
Okay. Hello, sir. Uh, Hello and namaskar to all. This is Anand. Hello and namaskar to all. This is Anand Mahurkar. I am a practicing lawyer, attorney in the field of intellectual property laws. So let me start with this topic of the day. I welcome you all in the one day national webinar organized by the Institute of Technology and Management Nanded. I am very thankful to the organizers and special thanks to Professor Dr. Surikant Thorat for organizing this webinar. So, what are we going to cover today? What will be our journey? So, we are going to cover first understanding of intellectual property because when we are going to talk about patenting, you cannot escape intellectual property. We'll spend a little bit time. Then patents, conditions of patentability, patent life cycle, what are the latest trends in patents, especially in India, and why patents? We are going to justify the title of this talk, that is patenting the need. Yeah, let's proceed. I would like to start with a great quote of the famous inventor Thomas Edison. And what does he say? He says that to invent, you need a good imagination and a bulk of junk. You have to be a kid. You have to have endless ideas and don't disregard any idea. That is what Edison says. And this is very interesting. So, let us catch up on this. Need not to mention that Edison has been one of the greatest inventors in the world who has more than 1,000 US patents in his name, and the inventions he created has got an impact on the world. And that's why the whole world looks at Edison. So, I would like to speak a little bit about intellectual property first. But, friends, before that, let us bring forward from where we are coming. We are people who are from a great country called India. The Indian land has been always inventing great things, and they are so great that we have been pioneer of so many things. If I make a list of things, it would be impossible task. But some of the examples from the medieval India, the ancient India, and in the recent past can tell you that we have a great legacy, and we should not forget that. Do you know that the buttons that we use for our shirts were invented in India uh, thousands of years ago? Flush toilets was very well known in India some 5,000 years ago. Then we all know that India has a contribution in mathematics by way of zero. We have a lot of contribution in astrophysics, medicines, surgeries, and plastic surgeries were conducted in India some 2,000 years ago. In the medieval times, we had invention of cloth, which was made from the cotton thread. Then we had great manufacturing. We had invented a lot of metals. Steel was invented in India, and it was being used very frequently. Nutcracker, which is our day-to-day thing, these nutcrackers were invented in India. So India has got a great legacy. In the recent past, you will see that rocket, aeroplanes, these inventions also were made in India. Then radio waves, the microwaves by Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bose. There is a great contribution of this country in the society. So I'm talking about only inventions, but they fall in the category of intellectual property. So you something you create by using your brain, by using your intellect, becomes intellectual property, but not an idea. You have to express your idea. So what is the expression? So I have categorized here like this. The expression can be in the four categories: inventions, symbols, artistic works, designs, literature. So for example, here there is a picture. So that is a creative work of an artist. So these are all examples of intellectual property. So human uses his mind creatively, human uses his mind creatively, and the expression becomes intellectual property. So it is very important to express, and once you express, it becomes. As we all of know, I suppose that there are various types of intellectual properties and intellectual property rights. So I just want to tell you here that copyrights, these are the rights for works like literature work, artistic work, musical work. Patents are the rights. So these are for protecting inventions, products, processes. Similarly, trademarks is giving protection to symbols, names. So your expression is in the form of symbols, names, logos, protected by trademark. Your expression is in the form of literature, poem, some literary work, protected by copyrights. You have created articles, protected by design. So that is the general scope of intellectual property rights. And what I was trying to tell you is that the expression of your mind or your intellect will decide what kind of right or intellectual property right one. Now let's go ahead. Let's patent inventions. So what I'm saying, let's patent inventions. So if you just see what we had discussed, it is very clear to all of us that if the expression of your brain or the expression of your mind, your expression of intellect is in the form of inventions, I'm making a good statement. Patent is a legal right. Patent is a legal right that gives protection to products and processes. So patent gives protection to products and processes. We all should remember this. So patent is a legal right. So that is given by the Sansad, the Parliament, and the legislature has approved that there has to be a right given to the creator, that is inventor of an invention, and that is called as patent. And this patent is given for only two types of things, that is called as products or processes. And believe me, it is same across the world. So patents will be awarded to inventors who have made some products or we have some interesting discussion now. You feel, and you might have seen people discussing around saying that I got a patent. They show you a certificate of patent. Then there is one invention. Then they will tell you that, okay, we had to apply for a patent. And then we made a draft application and it was examined and then it was granted. So, these three terms are coming there: certificate of patent, then invention, the patent application draft. What is all that? So, these are different things. Patent is not a document. Patent is a legal right. So that when the certificate is awarded to the patentee, actually, it is a guarantee that the inventors who invented one invention applied for patent by making a patent application in the patent office of that country, and after the substantial examination of the invention according to the laws of that country, the patent was granted. So the inventors made invention and they invented some product or process. Then a patent application was made by writing on a document where the invention was explained and what is the contribution of the inventor was elaborated. And for the contribution which the inventor claimed that it's my contribution, the patent was granted to the patentee. So the invention is protected by a patent, and for that you write a patent application. An application is drafted, and that goes through the substantive examination. So I hope now these all terminologies are very clear to us. So you explain the invention by a document. So there is a patent document. Actually, the document is a consolidated information of that invention. And patent is a right which is given by the patent office in respect of the invention or the contribution made by the inventor, which is a product or a process. So I hope it is clear to all of us now. These are the rights. So Indian patents give exclusive rights to the owner of the patents, and these are the rights. Making invention. So you can manufacture it, you can make use of the invention, you can produce it, you can import it also, but for a limited term of 20 years. So what is the term of a patent? From the date of filing, the patent is granted, the right is granted to the patentee for 20 years. After the expiry of 20 years, it cannot be extended further. So this is one learning we have got today. And many people have a understanding that the patent right will be from the date of the grant. No, the date of the grant just confirms that the patent is granted, but patent's term is from the date of filing, and it will be for 20 years from the date of filing. Okay, so what are the rights? Make use of invention, produce the invention, import the invention for a limited period of 20 years. So this right is there for 20 years. So here we are just revising what are the rights that are given to the patentee. So that includes making use of the invention, then manufacturing it, producing it, or importing it, but for a term of 20 years. So friends, this includes almost all rights. I mean, there is nothing left now. If somebody is using the invention for which a patent has been granted, then it amounts to the violation of the right given by the patent office to the patentee. If he's third party is manufacturing without any license, it is a violation of the patent, or they are offering it for sale, it is still a violation of the patent right. So patent gives an exclusive right to do all these things to the patentee. I hope now it is very clear to all of us. And yes, so patents. We will try to understand what is patentable, for what patent is granted. And in that, I want to tell you two aspects. First is that abstract ideas or theories are not patentable. People call that I have a great idea, and or they say that I have a great idea and I want to patent it. Okay, that's okay. But literally an idea is not patentable. Then what? You have to convert the idea. You express your idea in some form, and that can be considered for patenting. So here we have to understand that theories are not patentable. Then what is patentable? Technical solutions and practical applications. These things are patentable. Then I want to materialize into specially three categories. What is patentable? Only one, two, and three. One, a new product, a new process for creating new product. And number three, a new process for creating existing product. So there is a product which is already existing. You invent a new process for creating the same product. You qualify. You have a new product which is not there in the prior art or not in existence known anywhere in the world. You have a new process for creating new product. Still, you qualify for patents. So my request to all of you is that express your ideas, and if the expression is in the form of a product or a process, then we can say that you qualify for applying for a patent, or you qualify for a patent subjected to some conditions. So we understood that patents are granted for products and processes. But now, what are the conditions of patentability? So these are the conditions according to the Patent Act, and I have put it here. It is, quite simple to understand. There are only three conditions. Number one, novelty. Number two, non-obviousness or inventive step. And third is utility. So if these three conditions are met simultaneously by the invention, then a patent can be granted to the applicants. So we are going to consider these terms and spend a little bit time on each of them one by one so that we have a good understanding. Let us consider the first condition, that is novelty or newness. How will you consider novelty? So any subject matter that is known or disclosed before the date of priority is not known. Novelty will be considered across the world. So anything that is not published, that is not available in public domain, that is not known anywhere in the world on the date of filing of the patent application, that is the date of priority, the first date on which the patent application is filed, is considered as novel. And if it is known anywhere, it is not novel. So that is the first condition of granting a patent or the conditions of patentability. Can we spend more time? Yes. Novelty can be considered by studying or getting information from any published literature that is available, anything which is in the traditional knowledge, or whatever is available in the public domain. So there might be databases, there might be literature, books, and the invention for which the applicant is sorting a patent is referred in any of these form or any other form which is available to public, then the condition of novelty will not be met. But if the invention is not available anywhere in the world, then the condition of novelty is met. So, when you see or when you say this invention is novel, or when can you claim that I am the novel inventor? Generally, if you are first time original in the world, so your original means you have created your invention, you are not copied from anybody, you are the original person. But if you are the person doing it for the first time in the world, then you become novel. So, I'm talking about two things: originality. So, you are original means what? You are not copied. You got the idea, you found a problem, and you solved the problem. Done. But if you are a person who is doing for the second time, third time, or fourth time in the world, then you will have a challenge of novelty. So, how? I'll explain. You have created a product, or the inventor has created a product, and he's so happy and he thinks that now he will go for a patent. And the first condition is novelty. The patent office will spend its time and find out the prior art. And if they come across same product, for example, that was made in 1921 in some country like UK, they will show you. So you'll be surprised. The inventor will be surprised to see that, oh my God, I made it on my own. I just saw a problem and I solved the problem, and that is the output of the problem, which is my product. But the same product was made by somebody, say 100 years ago, then you are original, but you will not be considered as novel. Ultimately, you will not be considered as an inventor. So this is very important that you check the novelty across the world. It is not that you have made something in India and you say that there is nobody or it is not known in India, but it is known in some other part of the world. Still, it will not be considered as novel. So this is a very interesting discussion on novelty. What you have to do, consider the literature, knowledge, information which is available in public domain in any form. And in spite of all this, the inventor has made an invention, conceived an invention which is not available anywhere in the world, then the claim of novelty can succeed. This is how it is. Let us consider the second condition of patentability, that is inventive step or non-obviousness. So the invention has to be non-obvious for a person skilled in the art on the date of filing of the patent application, or it should have inventive step. This is very interesting discussion, and there are a lot of blogs, books, material which is available on this discussion. But we are going to cover in a short span of time by taking one example also. So what the patent office wants is that your invention has to be technically advanced or the prior art. So how to decide the technical advancement? That we have to consider from the point of view of a person who is having ordinary skill in that particular field. And in other words, I can say that it is something which is not obvious for a person skilled in that field or skilled in that art. So the invention has to be non-obvious over the available literature in the art on the date of the filing of the patent. So this is the second condition. So I'll just consider one example to on the condition of patentability number 2, that is obviousness. Now let us see this. If you go to the bottom of the slide, you will see one fan with 3 blades. So this is a ceiling fan, and then there was a fan with 4 blades, and one fan came which was having 6 blades. So this is the journey of the development of the fan. So today we go to the patent office with a fan with 6 blades, where there is a prior art of a ceiling fan with 3 or 4 blades. The question is that whether this ceiling fan with 6 blades will be considered inventive or non-obvious over the prior art. So that is how it will be decided. Now here, if we go with the invention where you have a ceiling fan with 6 blades, so we can say that this is a device having a rotor which is normal to a plane, and in the plane of the rotor there are number of blades that move relative to the axis or the rod. Done. If you see, you will realize that I can express this 3 blade fan, 4 blade fan with similar description. A device having a rotor which is normal to an axis, and in the plane of the rotor there are number of blades which move relative to the axis. Now whether the ceiling fan with 6 blade is inventive, whether it is obvious for a person, for example a mechanical engineer who is having ordinary skill in that art, to invent a ceiling fan with 6 blades by referring a ceiling fan with 3 or 4 blades, is the question. And based on that, the obviousness will be decided. So the person skilled in the art says that, yeah, it is obvious for me to make a fan having 6 blades by referring a fan with 3 or 4 blades. And if he says that no, it is not obvious to me, then it's not. So this is how the condition of patentability, which is the second condition, should be decided. And it is very interesting because the concept of person skill in the art comes here. So we have to apply our brain, consider that you are a person skill in that art, and see at your invention and check whether you have made something which is obvious or you have made something which has got inventive step or which is non-obvious. And this is how you can decide. Now let us go to the third condition, that is utility or industrial applicability. So your invention should have some use. It should be industrial, it should be manufacturable by industrial process. And if it is not, if it is useless, definitely the third condition is not met. So we have seen 3 conditions: condition of novelty, condition of inventive step or non-obviousness, and industrial applicability. So if these three conditions are simultaneously met by the invention for which the patent is applied, then the patent office may decide to grant a patent to the applicants. After seeing the conditions of patentability, it is very much possible that some of you might be disappointed or they have a question. I'm trying to address the question that I already have published a great invention in a literature, in some research paper, or it is available in the public domain over internet by way of a YouTube video, and I want to patent it. Can I do that? Uh, on the date of the filing of the patent application for this invention, the invention would not meet the criteria of novelty because it is already available in public domain. And if the invention is already in the public domain and then you apply for a patent, it is not going to help because it will be devoid of novelty. So what one should do? One should first file a patent application and then go for publication, either in a research paper or a journal or a newspaper, or you make a YouTube videos. But never do that before filing the patent application. So this is very interesting. And just because you did not know, you might have lost a good invention. But we can't help for that because the criteria of patentability has a first criteria of novelty, and we just discussed. But there is one very famous shloka here to help you. What does it say? I'll just tell you. So this is for those who has a great invention, but they just publish it, and now there is no novelty, and they cannot apply for the patent. The shloka says, Pinde pinde matir binna, kunde kunde navam payaha, jato jato navachara, navavani mukhe mukhe. Means, the intellectual ability of a person is there, and every person has a different intellectual ability. So you have different mati, and it is just like every kunda or well has different kind of water. So let's not worry. If your water is still there, if your mati, if your intellect is still there, then you can create one more invention because every brain is different. And because of that, everybody has different intellect. And that's why they can produce their own or they can express their ideas in the form of product and process and try to patent or try to protect their inventions. Is not very interesting, which has been told to us 1,000 years ago? Yes. So let us believe in that. Let us believe in our intellectual ability and start inventing once again. Now here we are trying to give you a self test. What is a self test? It is something by which you will understand on your own that you are a candidate for patents or you are willing to find patents. So you see people around who are making these kind of claims that I have got a great invention. I have made something new. It is not available anywhere in the world. Means claims of originality and claims of novelty. If you find claims of originality and novelty, direct them for patenting, direct them for protecting their inventions. Claim of or a fear of copying, that I have got a great technology and I need some protection. Somebody might copy it, go for a patent. I want protection for my technology by legal way, go for a patent. I want to sell my technology. So it is recommended that see if you can first protect it by patents, file the patent and go into negotiation for licensing or selling the technology. So the technology commercialization, if somebody is wanting, say want to sell, acquire a technology, so the role of patent might be very important because if the technology is protected by some IP, then the value of the technology goes up. And it is better for both the purchaser and buyer or the seller and buyer to enter into the transaction. Because if there is protection, there is a guarantee. And if you have guarantee, then you can spend more money. So the commercialization can happen in a very smooth way. So these are the reasons for which one should consider patenting one should consider for filing a patent. Patent life cycle. I'm introducing this term to you. So you might have seen a lot of life cycles, like product life cycle, a process life cycle. So we are talking about a patent life cycle. So it is going to cover what are the various landmarks through which a patent application passes and becomes, a right or a patent. We have distributed or divided this life cycle into four phases. That is phase 0, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. So phase 0 is a phase where an inventor conceives the invention. Whoever is willing to file a patent application for his invention but has not filed it is in phase 0. In the phase 0, the inventor wants to conceive it. He's in the process of the pilot study. He might be in the process of validating the conditions of patentability for invention or any other thing that is related to his invention. He decides and he's advised that, okay, this is a great invention and you might consider it for patenting. Then a patent application is made. And as soon as the patent application is filed, your first phase start. Then second phase will be the examination of the patent application by the patent office, the substantial examination. After that, the patent office might issue a hearing notice or want you to appear in the hearing and explain the invention. For that, they will issue a hearing notice in which they will have their objections. After that, the inventor appears in the hearing and gives a submission after the hearing, and the decision of grant is taken. If it is granted, then you just finish your third phase and you have entered into the fourth phase. That is, you have to now maintain the patent. So this is for a 20 years term. So generally, the phase 0 may take a time, but phase 1, 2, and 3, that is where the patent prosecution or the majority of the patent prosecution will happen. That filing the patent application, getting it published, then filing a request for examination, phase 2 examination, response to the examination, phase 3 appearing in the hearing, stealing submissions, and then decision of grant. So that is generally a patent life cycle. In phase 0, as mentioned earlier, the invention is conceived. Then the inventor, considering the patenting, goes for a prior art search. What is a prior art search? You try to find out what is the existing art related to that invention to see if your invention is patentable and to find out the literature or the citations which are available related to the present invention. And that if you can patent it by satisfying the conditions of patentability in the view of the prior art. Very interesting phase. Then, if you are convinced or your attorney tells that, oh yeah, you satisfy the conditions of patentability in the view of the prior art report, then let us go for drafting the patent application. A patent application is drafted properly by satisfying the requirements of the writing specification according to the Patents Act 1970. In this stage, you might have your prototype. You might consider it in your patent draft. Then you have some pilot studies. You try to mention in the application, and the application is ready to be filed. Your phase 0 is over. You enter into phase 1. Now, patent application is filed, which was drafted. Now there are two important things. The patent application will be published after 18 months from the date of the filing. You might consider publishing it earlier by filing a request for early publication. Also, you have to file a request for examination, or the applicant has to file request for examination of the patent within 48 months from the date of the filing. So whatever is convenient. If you are in a hurry, file it as soon as possible, or you can take your time. But the patent office will not take the application for examination unless there is a request for examination filed. Now, generally in the Indian Patent Office, if the request for early publication is filed within after expiry of 4 weeks, the patent application is published in the journal of the patent office. And if you already filed the request for examination also, then it will be taken for examination. Now, here it is very important to note that if the applicant is willing to enter into international patenting system, that is patent cooperation treaty, then they can enter in the patent cooperation treaty within 12 months from the date of priority. So if the patent application is filed on the 1st Jan 2023, then whether it is a provisional application or a complete, you have only 12 months to file the complete patent, to enter into the patent cooperation treaty. And after that, application is in the phase 2, meaning there will be examination and the first exam report, that is FER, is issued under the section 12 and 13 of the Patent Act. Now there is a 6 months time to file a response to the first exam report so that the application can be put in the order of grant. However, there is another availability of extension for filing the reply. The extension is for 3 months from the expiry of first 6 months. So you have 6 plus 3. So now in the phase 3, the important developments in the phase 3 are issue of a hearing notice, appearing in the hearing, then post hearing submissions, and if the patent is accepted, then it is published. The acceptance is published, and from the date of publication of the acceptance of patent or registration of patent, there is 1 year's time to file opposition to the grant of a patent by any interested person. So this is opposition after the grant of the patent. And what about the pre-grant? Yes, Indian patent laws allow pre-grant opposition also. So from the date of publication of the patent application till the date of grant, any person can file a pre-grant opposition to the grant of the patent. And once it is accepted and the grant of the patent is published, from that day, within 12 months, means 1 year, any interested person can file a post-grant opposition. So there are two opportunities for opposing a grant of patent in India. Now, this period is over, but what are the other things in the phase 3? Renewal. You have to renew your patent after registration every year by paying the renewal fees, and there is a requirement of filing a statement of working. The statement of working is the statement which tells about the commercialization of the invention in a particular financial year. These things will be there in the phase 3. Now, we have to understand one more thing, and which is the patent cooperation treaty. So we'll consider it now. Those who want to enter into the international patenting system, that is patent cooperation treaty, they can enter within 12 months from the date of the priority. That is very clear. And the PCT also publishes the patent application or the international patent application after the expiry of 18 months. But just before that, within 2 months before, in the 16 months, they issue an international search report, ISR, which is selected by the applicants only, which gives opinion about the patentability on the basis of novelty, inventive step, and utility of the patent application. And that becomes a guiding document for the the applicants as well as the other jurisdictions in which the patent application would be filed. Now, there are 30 and 31 months deadline, or the time limitation period from the uh, filing of the patent application, means within 30 months from that date. If the applicants are in the PCT, they can enter into the countries of interest or the jurisdictions. For example, an applicant is interested to uh, register patent in China and say USA, then before expiry of these timelines of 30 and 31 months, they have to enter in those particular countries by paying the fees of entering. And then in those countries, the application will be taken for examination and it will take its course of action according to the patent laws of that country. What does it mean? It means that if you are selected, or if a couple of countries, then after expiry of the timeline of 30 or 31 months, the applicant will not be able to enter into the rest of the countries. So the patent application will be limited to the first country in which it was filed, and subsequently in the countries of interest in which the application entered through PCT route. And in those countries, the examination will be taken by the respective patent offices. Now, next phase, that is phase 4, and this is a phase in which the patent is granted. The patentee will have to think of commercialization if it is not commercialized yet, or enter into production, sale, and there are some responsibilities and duties of the patentee, which include statement of working, maintaining the patent by paying the fee, and they should, have a vigilance for enforcement of their rights, and they should really try hard for commercialization of the patent so that they reach to the rest of the world and maximum people take benefit of their invention. Now let us see what is expedited examination. This is in talks, and a lot of people have a question on this. Many Indian applicants would like to conduct the examination and the disposal of the patent as fast as possible. So how to do that? So first thing is that examination of the patent application will not be conducted unless the patent application is published. So if somebody is interested to expedite the examination, then uh, it is important to file a request for early publication and get the application published. Now, there is a provision for expedited examination. Means what? The application can be taken for examination, and the examination and the whole disposal of the patent application is done within 12 months from the date of expedited examination request, meaning the applicants can file a request for expedited examination. There is possibility that somebody has filed already a request for examination and he wants to convert to the expedited examination. Can you do? Yes, you can do. So that from the date of filing the request for expedited examination, the patent office will make sure that within 12 months the application is disposed of. So this is where you get the examination report. Reply to the examination report is filed. If required, there is a hearing notice issued. Post hearing submissions are done, and the application is decided. So this is very interesting development and a tool applicants have got in India now. Now, a little bit on the Patent Amendment Rules 2020, which is of the interest of inventors and applicants, that there is a significant change in the fees regarding the filing of patents in India. Now, the applicants have been categorized into two types, that is, natural person or startup or small entity. This is one category, and others. Now, the official fees related to all proceedings has been significantly reduced for the first type of applicants, that is individual startups or SMEs, and for others the fees are different. So this is a very important development by which it will foster the rate of filing of patent applications, and people will have discounted fees for filing the patent applications in India. And now let us see the amendment of 2021, which was notified on 21st October 2021. It has been proven as a catalyst for especially education institutes because the patent prosecution fees or the filing fees for education institutes and SMEs have been substantially reduced uh, in India. So the education institutes can take benefit and foster innovation, motivate the inventors to file applications for patent registration in India by taking the benefit of the reduced fees. Now, more about expedited examination. The expedited examination, that is the examination which is done at a faster rate and the whole prosecution till disposal is finished within 1 year generally, was available for two types of applicants, that is startups and those applicants who have entered into PCT by selecting India as searching authority or international searching authority. Now it is extended to other type of applicants, and that includes SMEs, female applicants, institutes that are established by the state act or the central act, government companies, and applicants who have filed patent applications under the patent prosecution highway. So this is a great development, and we all should take benefit of each of it and try to see if you are in need of expedited examination, take benefit of it. Let us see the trends of patent filing in India. This is a trend of say 5 years, and according to the patent office's report, in 2017-18 to 21-22, so there were less than 50,000 patents filed in 17-18, and against that in 21-22, 66,000 plus patent applications were filed in India. But although it is a substantial rise, you and me, if you just think and sit together and ask a question to ourselves whether this figure really justifies the number of patents filed in India, you will tell me that no, we have much, much higher and more potential than what we have shown here in the figures. So let us try to file more patents and protect your intellectual property rights. The dominating disciplines in which the patent applications are being filed in India are information technology, electronics, communication, mechanical, and electrical. Apart from that, patent applications are being filed in other disciplines like pharma, biotech, of course, yes, but there is much more left with us. So we all have to make a point and file as many as patents to protect our inventions and bring them on record so that we compete with the rest of the world. At the end of this talk, I would like to thank the organizers of this webinar and wish good luck to the participants. The takeaway of this talk is that what is trending today? What is the trend of the hour? It's patenting. The trend is technology. Develop new technologies, develop new inventions, and protect it. The government is with you. Fees have been reduced. We can take benefit of international treaties. We can commercialize it. We can generate money from inventions and use it for your needs, use it for the society. Make sure that you have problems, you see the problems, observe them carefully, find out the solutions to the problems, and if the solutions are great, if they satisfy the conditions of patentability, then protect them. Bring them on the record of the rest of the world. Everybody should appreciate that. India has been a country which has got a great legacy. We have been inventing many, and we have not received the credit of our inventions every time. But today, we have systems in place. We are part of international treaties. Yeah, India is acknowledged, accepted across the world. Let us take benefit. Let's invent and patent. The need of the hour is inventing, patenting, and commercializing the invention. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a great time.
Uh, Thank you, Advocate Anand Mahorkar, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Thanks for counting me and considering me for
And
giving this.
I am really amazed and astonished. It's so beautiful and so knowledge enriched that I think all the participants who else have attended it. Actually, registered number is around 1,000, but the attendees are less. I don't know the reason behind it. Maybe the technical one they were not they might not have been able to open the link as such. Like what happened with the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, that the link was not able to open since he was in journey. So likewise, there could be some technical reasons, but those who have attended, I think they are blessed with your talk. And on behalf of all the attendees and Shahjahan Education Society Institute of Technology and Management, I personally thank you for sparing your valuable time to deliver this knowledge and rich talk in this first session of yours. And sir, if you don't mind, shall we take some questions?
Yes, sir. We can take some questions if time permits.
Yeah, okay,
I
okay.
would be happy. But can somebody coordinate for the question
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that I can
I'm
address?
reading it. I'm reading it for you. This the first question is from
Okay.
beloved friend of mine, the ex faculty of BN College of Engineering, very dear friend of mine, YM Sonkaskar, Dr. YM Sonkaskar, sir. He is asking, sir, how much time it take for the award of design patent?
Okay. That's a great question, sir. But I would like to clarify something. There is no design patent in India. However, you can register an article by industrial designs. I think he means to say the same. So some people alternatively use the term design patent and design registration. So we should call it as design registration. So I reframe the question that how much time it takes to get a design registered in
Yeah,
India.
yeah, yeah. Thank
And
you.
the answer is from the date of filing of a application for registration of a design in an article,
Yes.
it will take around 12 months, uh, which will go through a process of examination and hearing, and then it is awarded. Once it is awarded, it is for 10 years, and it can be extended by a term of another 5 years. So total 15 years exclusive right the uh, design registration will applicant and who becomes the owner later on.
Okay, and sir, this question is related to again same question. Does the time for patent for which it lasts, it depends on the type of what is being patented, like research paper or a project, or for different criteria is there for different concept, different for paper, research paper,
Sir,
different for project work,
question
different
is
for
very good.
uh,
I think there are only two categories of patent registration are
G.
available. That is products and processes.
I see, I see.
So if your research or your project can be expressed as a product or a system and a process or both, then it becomes a candidate for registration of patent subjected to conditions that the product or process or the invention satisfies the three conditions of patentability, that is novelty, non-obviousness, and inventive step, which we just discussed today. And from filing to registration, it depends upon the way you apply, because the patent application is published after 18 months and you have 4 years time to file the request for exam. So unless you file a request for exam, the patent office will not take it for examination, and it has to be published also at the time of examination. So if somebody wants to make it fastest, so what is recommended is when they file the patent application, on the same day they might file an application for publication, early publication, and an application for examination. I discussed just now that if there is a need of expedited examination, that provision is also available, in which from the date of filing of expedited, so request for expedited examination, within 12 months, generally the patent office will dispose the patent application, meaning they will either grant it or reject it, but it will be disposed of in 12 months time. So yeah, it is pretty fast over the past,
and patent office and the government of India, by way of patent acts and rule, is taking a lot of effort, and we must appreciate the efforts of the patent office. Thank you, sir.
Anand, there are two questions which are parallel, sir.
Okay.
One is from Dr. Tam Gadge and another from Sunil Gupta. It's almost they are parallel that they are seeking to know once the patent is being registered and awarded. So if it is its date is expired, how can we go for the patent again, or the same around same question was asked by Sunil Gupta ji. After expiry of he's saying 20 years, but it is 10 years as you told. So is it possible to again repatent the same by holding the patent rights?
No, sir. Patent will be granted to an invention only once anywhere in the world.
Okay.
No two patents would be granted, even to the original patentee also.
Okay.
I think the question is like, it can be another question in the same question that if the term of patent is 20 years, can I go beyond 20 years? The
Yes,
answer
sir.
is no. It is uniform across the world. But there is one more question hiding that sometimes people or the patentee miss on paying the annuity fees of the patent, a registered patent. So what is that? Annuity fees is like kind of, I can compare it with the tax which we pay for our property. So for example, Swaraj sir has a residence in Nanded city. So every year you have to pay your property tax.
Yes.
I agree, right, sir? So similarly, when you have intellectual property, so you pay the annuity fees to the patent office. Many people fail it. I mean, they just don't pay it, or they do not have a reminding system where they have to pay it annually. And the question comes, I have a patent registered, but I missed on paying the annuity fees. Can I restore it? Is also another question.
Yes, yes.
So if that is the case, then you have at the max 18 months from the last date of renewal. So within 18 months, you can get it restored. Otherwise, your right is cease. It will cease to have the force of patent. I hope I have answered your question, sir.
Yes. Hope the attendees are listening. There are few questions, Mr. Altamash, which we can take certainly. Mr. Dr. Altamash is asking, after greeting you for the noon, highlight on the generic medicine, since it's widely used, general medicine are widely used. You want to know how to patent it and what exactly stand of patent is on this generic medicine.
Okay, so basically, sir, I think generic patents goes to most of the pharma inventions. So the term of any patent is 20 years, and once the 20 years time is over, anybody can use that invention, and that falls in the category of generic medicine, meaning there is no patent right. So once the patent force means the term of patent is over, companies tend to use the patented technology or the product process by making or selling by in their own way, and you will not get a patent once again, but many people start exploiting the same thing at a time. But since in the term of patent, that is the initial 20 years from the date of filing till the last day of 20 years, only exclusive right is with the original inventor and the company means patentee. So you have a lock-in period of say 20 years, and after that you will be able to exploit the patent. That is nothing but generic patents.
There is one more question by Sunil Gupta ji, which is also sound interesting and practical one. Can the patent be converted into license?
So can you please come again?
Sunil Gupta ji again asking, the patent could be converted into license?
Sir, see, a very good question. The patent is actually for a product or a process, or people say that it is for technology. So during the term of patent, anytime you can license the patent or the patented invention, irrespective of the grant or registration. So suppose you have filed a patent, it is not yet registered or it is not granted to you. Still, before the grant, you can license it, you can sell it, you can assign it to others. And even after the registration or the grant of the patent, in the term of 20 years, you can anytime license it. That depends upon the owner of the patent.
Okay. Can the patent once registered be edited by the same say author? What she want to know registering power? Hello, Anand, are you there?
I'm there, sir. How can I
Raj-
go without your kind permission?
Rajeshwari Pawar is, thank you, bro. Rajeshwari Pawar is asking, can the patent be edited if it is already registered? I guess he's asking by the same author if you want to edit. Same owner.
No, sir, I did not get the question. Can you please repeat?
Suppose I'm having a registered patent, or
Mhm.
let us say Rajeshwari Pawar is having a registered patent, and some days we wish that okay, I want to edit it for upgradation or some reason. So can it be edited?
Yes, sir, you can file a patent of addition where suppose there is a small improvement in your existing invention and you want to protect that also. So it is called a patent of addition. And during the term of 20 years, anytime you can file patent of addition, it will be examined and you will get additional patent also.
So these days smartphones are widely used. So one of my colleagues Sanjeevani is other want to know with can the mobile app be patented?
Sir, a mobile app, if it is worth of a system,
Work of a system.
because app is very broad term. So if it is worth of a system, for example, it is a huge system and the app is only interface, then definitely there are chances of getting patents for the multiple technologies which are integrated in the app.
Okay. Okay, there are two questions, both are almost similar. One by my staff, Ajay Kumar Gunskar, another by some Shruti. They want to know that how to know whether the patent is already registered or not, and Shruti want to know whether the patent is already existing or not.
So for that we have to conduct prior art searches. There are search engines available.
Such
Even
is there.
every
Okay, okay.
every patent office has their database which is freely available in public domain. So we have to carry out the searches and find out. Also, you have to consider the literature knowledge in the public domain as well.
Okay, fine. And one more question by my staff, Dr. RH, PS Tamgadge. How many years patent rights one can enjoy after expiry? Can we go again patent? That was, I think, stands answer. That stands answer. So I'll take
No,
another
sir. I mean, see, patent is for 20 years.
20 years. Okay.
So I can compare like you like human life, sir.
Oh,
Once
okay.
human life is over, can you regain it? You
Yes.
can't.
Yes. Yes.
So, but in patent, the life term is fixed. That is 20 years. Once
It's
the 20 years are over now,
yeah.
then you cannot enforce your right.
Sir, the last question we can take is from Vipul Gaikwad. How does FDA ensure generic medicine work the same as the brand name medicine?
So this is the out of the scope of the today's talk.
Yes, that's what I felt.
You
That's why I
need
kept
an
it
FDA
at the
clearance
last.
for that.
And I hope almost all questions are being answered. And we cannot accommodate more questions because of the time since we are approaching to 12:45. And after 5 minutes break, we'll immediately after this session, we're having another session by Professor Parishit Malle. And I thank you. I sincerely thanks Advocate Anand Nahorkar for sparing his valuable time. You know, you all may not be knowing. Anand is a very busy person and he's doing really noble cause, noble work for the society because registering a patent, fighting for a patent, guiding for the patent is really nice job, something nice. And I'm proud of you, Anand, and I really appreciate the way you presented your talk. I really appreciate the way you answered the question. The content were too good to explain in words. My sincere thanks to you and your efforts. And
Thank you
thanks
so
for
much, sir. Your appreciation means a
responding
lot
us.
to me.
It
And
really
you can
means a lot.
always count if I am busy, but for you all, I am always available.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
one and
And
all.
wish you good luck for the rest of the sessions to all
Yes,
the
yes.
participants.
Thank you, Anand. Dear listeners, the first session stands over. Let us start the second session by Dr. Parikshit Malli. He is a postdoc. And I request Dr. Satish Popati to introduce very dear friend, a student of mine from BN College of Engineering, Dr. Parikshit Malle, the Dean of VIIT Pune. And he will be delivering his talk on intellectual property, which is very vital one. Over to you, Satish. First, introduce the speaker, and then the speaker can immediately start the session so that we can finish everything in time. And then at the last, we can have question hour. All the participants are requested to type their questions in either in the chat box of on YouTube or on the registered Telegram group. And please join the YouTube streaming. And if you have any technical difficulty in joining, you can contact us. Thank you.
Thank you
Over to
so much,
Paresh.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Parikshit Mahale, sir. Dr. Parikshit Mahale is working as a professor of Department of Computer Science at Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune, since 1st July 2021. Dr. Parikshit Mahale has obtained his BE degree in Computer Science and Engineering from Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, and ME degree in Computer Engineering from Savitribai Phule Pune University. He completed his PhD in Computer Science and Engineering specialization in wireless communication from Aalborg University, Aalborg, Denmark. He has more than 19 years of teaching and research experience. Presently, Dr. Mahale is working as a professor and head Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science at Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology, Pune. He has published more than 190 research publications at national and international journals and conferences. He has, with 1700 plus citations, H index 18 and I10 index 25. He has 7 edited books to his credit by Springer and CRC Press. He has 7 patents to his credit. He has delivered more than 100 plus lectures at national and international level on IoT, big data, and digitization. Let me invite Dr. Parikshit Mahale, sir, to speak on intellectual property at a glance. Dr. Parikshit Mahale, over to you, sir.
There is some technical hinge. Dr. Parikshit Malle soon will join us once the technical problem is solved. Please wait for him.
Dr. Mahale, sir, please begin with your session. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, very loudly and loud and clear.
Thorat sir, good afternoon. So can I start?
Yes, sir, please. Thank you.
Okay. So just let me check whether I am able to present my screen.
Okay. You are audible and you can start.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Parikshit. Huh?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, Parikshit, it's visible.
Okay.
Visible and readable.
Yeah, so this platform is bit new to me, but okay. So I hope I'm clearly visible as well as audible. So thank you very much. Very good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I'm very much thankful to ITM Nanded, Director Dr. SB Thorat sir, Dr. Bokre sir, and entire team for inviting me and giving me opportunity to share my experiences on this very interesting topic, that is intellectual property rights as well as research. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all the participants for being a part of this one-day national webinar on intellectual property and research. Before we start with my discussion on research commercialization and intellectual property rights, I have small appeal and small request to all the participants. Please note down all the questions which comes in your mind, and record that all these questions somewhere, so that in the last part of my presentation I will answer all your questions, and there should be good takeaways from this entire session as well as presentation. As you know that today research innovation has become an integral part of our day-to-day activity, and particularly in the field of academics, research publications, research commercialization, as well as intellectual property is playing a very vital role, because globally all these accreditations, national institutional ranking frameworks, NIRF, there is a high demand for all these components. So that's the reason the title of my presentation is going to be technology and research commercialization in entrepreneurship, because that particularly being into this teaching industry, most of the time our students as well as faculties, they are always being trained to get a good job in industry. But equally, my opinion is also that we should also inculcate this intellectual property rigor among students as well as faculty, so that even it is a very small idea, it can be converted to IP, and then that IP can be used somewhere for the benefit of society and benefit of the nation. So once again, thank you to ITM Nanded as well as Thorat sir for inviting me. And please, note down all your questions which comes in your mind. We'll be connected for next 1 hour 15 minutes on this digital platform, and I will be happy to answer all your questions which comes in your mind. So we are going to discuss that this intellectual, what do you mean by intellectual property, and then how this intellectual property will empower us for going to research commercialization, and then how it is important for scientists and engineers like us, as well as academicians who are the part of this very noble profession. So already I have been introduced. I represent VIIT. I am in this teaching industry since last more than 23 years, and I will share my basically entire experiences in this intellectual property and research commercialization field. So yes, definitely the question should be there that am I competent to talk about this particular topic. So as already I have been introduced, I'm in this industry since last more than 23 years, and particularly in the field of patenting and copyrights. I'm happy to share with you that I have around 15 to 20 patents to my credit, and all patents are published, and 3 of them are already granted, and one of them is also in the commercialization phase. I will share that success stories with you in the last part of my presentation. And also I'm happy to share with you that I have authored more than 54 books so far with Springer Nature and CRC Press on the various topics like artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, and IoT. And I'm again, all these books are doing very good at international as well as national level. So let's try to understand, what is the IP. When we talk about intellectual property, the industry perspective is something different, academic perspective is something different, as well as when it comes to a merely entrepreneurship industry, again the perspective is something different. But basically the fundamental aspect of intellectual property is basically it is a basis for research commercialization, and definitely once your research is being commercialized, definitely it will also lead to the next step, and that next step is nothing but your entrepreneurship, and build resulting into some startups or small companies, which basically will be a good platform for all budding engineers to join these startups, and then finally it can result into a product development as well as product commercialization. So when you talk about this intellectual property, you know that since last 10 years, every academician as well as every researcher is being attracted to commercializing their innovation as well as commercializing their entire novelty in the work through this patenting as well as copyrights. So when you talk about intellectual property, definitely my question to you all will be that just go 10 years down the line and go to Indian Patent Office and try to collect the statistics. Why I'm basically focusing more on this point, because statistics will reveal the actual reality of the status of intellectual property and the registration of intellectual property on these various platforms. And I will be taking Indian Patent Office as a reference platform for commercializing your research. But as you know that today, this commercializing your research through IP is not restricted to Indian Patent Office, but now new patent offices are coming up, like Australian patent is there, African patent is there, US patent is there, and so on. But I appeal all participants on this digital platform to please look into the statistics on Indian Patent Office and see that in last 10 years, how many patents are filed with respect to different categories. We will see on one of the slide what are different types of patents particularly are there in our field. Then again, the next statistics of interest would be that how many of IPs are filed, how many of them are published, how many of them are granted, and then how many of them are actually commercialized. I hope you all are understanding what is my notion of what is my philosophy of putting these statistical terms to all the participants. Because unless and until you don't understand that how many are filed, how many are published, how many are granted, and how many are commercialized, so there is a lot of deviation in this four statistical parameters. The reason why there is a deviation, can anybody answer my question? Why there is a deviation in these four terms? Anybody would like to answer my question? My question is very simple. My question is, I hope I'm audible to all, and I hope participants can unmute and answer the question, or they cannot unmute. Yeah, participants can unmute. Hello.
Yes, Parikshit, they are unmuted. They are supposed to ask question on YouTube chat box or Telegram group. So
Okay. So fine. So my question is very simple. My question is that again, maybe this is an exercise to all the participants, that please go to Indian Patent Office and try to collect the statistics that in last 10 years how many patents are filed, how many are published, how many are granted, and how many of them are commercialized. Why I'm pulling your attention to all these four statistics, particularly with respect to patenting, is that I want you to understand that where we are making a mistake, and what should be your focus efforts, particularly in this field of patenting. The reason why I'm sharing with you that, because definitely ultimately when you look at this intellectual property and research, ultimately personally I will believe that there should be some measurable outcome from this entire efforts of intellectual property. Otherwise there is no point in just filing the patent and having patent on your name. I hope you all are agree with me. So let me again go back to my slide. And please, I don't know, I request anybody to coordinate, because it's on the digital platform, so I will keep on asking whether my slides are visible or not. So when you talk about intellectual property, it should be very clear that what it refers to. So it refers to your ideas, it refers to your processes, or it also refers to the invention that are the products of intellectual endeavor. So definitely, there is a lot of discussion that what I can patent and what I cannot go for patenting. But before patenting, let's try to understand what comes into the intellectual property. So in intellectual property, what it comes as ideas. There are processes or some inventions. Inventions are nothing but something which has novelty or innovation into it, and that all these products are having some intellectual endeavor, and definitely it is form of the property which can be protected from unauthorized use, and then it can be bought, sold, or licensed. Now definitely when you talk about the intellectual property and research publications, so these are two different parts getting rewards and recognition. But you try to understand, when I publish some paper and when that paper goes to the some Google Scholar or Scopus platform, then what we generally get through these publications, we get citations, and then finally it also helps us to improve our research profile, and then yes, it also helps us to build our H index. However, when you have some innovation with you, and if you are going for intellectual property, then it gives you a lot of rewards in terms of the citations, as well as it also gives you some monetary benefit. So we will see all these benefits through the next coming slides. So when you talk about intellectual property, so there should be very clear understanding that when this intellectual property is registered, then it can be registered with the name of university, it can be registered with the name of company, or it can also be registered as an individual, as an inventor. So there is a term inventor. When you actually go for filing intellectual property, an inventor can be one of these three. I'm trying to make it as simple as I can, so that you can think about the different benefits of having inventor as a university, having inventor as a company, and having inventor as a individual. I don't know how many of you heard about Section 8 company. Anybody? Have you heard about the word Section 8 company? Again, this is a question to you all, and think about what do you mean by Section 8 company. There is a term, we call it a Section 8 company, and this Section 8 company is now taking a very good shape, and it is getting really mature, and every individual should know that when you talk about intellectual property, either inventor can be the university, company, or individual like you and me. Then when you talk about the types of intellectual property, I don't know how many of you are aware about it, but there are basically 4 building blocks of intellectual property, and these 4 building blocks are patent, copyright, trademarks, and trade secrets. Again, I would like to go back to the participants, and I would like to ask a very simple question: that how many of you heard about? Yes, you must have heard about patents. You must have heard about copyrights. Have you heard about trademarks and trade secrets? Anybody? Have you heard about trademarks and trade secrets? Again, I don't know participants are able to answer my question or not, but please note down all these questions with you, because it is very important to understand what is the difference between trademarks, trade secrets, and yes, everybody must be knowing what do you mean by patent and copyright. So the focus of my presentation is going to be more on patenting, but you should know that there are 4 building blocks of IP, that is patent, copyright, trademarks, and trade secrets. So now let us go into the bit more detailing, and I'm not made this presentation more technical, but I would like to show you some case studies in the last part of my presentation, so that you will understand that when I am supposed to go for patenting, what are the prerequisites for filing the patent, what is required, what skills are required, and many more things. So what is patent? Basically, it is a grant from government to the inventor. So please try to understand. Again, I have tried to make it as simple as I can. It is a grant from government to the inventor to exclude others. Then definitely to exclude others from what? So from making, using, offering for scale, selling, or importing the invention into the country. So please make it a point. that every patent has some jurisdiction decided, and there is a Paris Treaty. How many of you heard about the Paris Treaty for patenting? Anybody heard about Paris Treaty? Yes or no? Anybody can? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clearly.
Okay. I don't know, but the participants can. They cannot put their responses in the chat box.
Yeah, they are allowed.
They are allowed, but I don't see, or maybe I'm missing in the chat box.
No. We are recording it, and we'll ask you the same later at the end of the session.
Okay, no problem. So I request all participants to Google whenever they will get time to about Paris Treaty. There is a Paris Treaty which has signed long back, and this treaty is talking about what is the jurisdiction and what are the policies, particularly when you file patent in one country, whether that patent is having validity in the other country. So there is a very interesting treaty which was signed by European Commission as well as other national other governments of other countries, and it is basically still being followed by most of the countries. So anyway, let's go to the next point. So what is not the patent does not provide. So it is no protection until applied. One thing should be very clear, that patent will not give you protection unless and until you don't apply and you file it with your name. Now definitely, when you talk about what patents can protect from us, so there are many of advantages of the patent, which we will see on the next slide. So please try to understand, it does not give inventor the right to make, use or sell invention. So it is what? It is basically the right to exclude others, so that others will not be able to use your idea and sell that idea to the others on their name. Is it clear? So definitely, what are the different platforms where such kind of infringement are carried out? So there are a lot of IP platforms where you can file this kind of infringements, and it is basically considered as a offense. And also I will share one interesting case study with respect to this point in the coming slides. So I don't know how many of you heard about it, but there are basically three categories of the patent: utility patent, design patent and plant patent. So now again I would like to ask one question to all the participants, that the maximum patents which are being filed, again with reference to the Indian Patent Office, can you tell me which category of the patents are filed generally by all the applicants? There are three types of patent. Please read. It can be utility patent, it can be design patent, and it can be a plant patent. Okay, so what is utility patent? It is for new and useful process, machine manufacturing, composition of matter, or some improvement on the existing innovation. There is another patent which is coming up now, we call it as design patent, and it is basically for new, original, or some new design. And then design can be for your mechanical machine, design can be for your electromechanical machine, design can be for your software, hardware co-design, and many more things. There is one more patent which is basically we are not really concerned about it, but there's a plant patent, and which is talking about invention of new species or invention of new type of genes, something like that. But particularly in our field, science and technology, or particularly in the field of this ICT, we are more concerned with filing whether either a utility patent, or we also go for design patent. I don't know how many of you are aware about the design patent. Anybody has design patent to their credit? Again, my question to all the participants, please try to answer my question, because design patents are now coming up, and they are really taking a good popularity across the globe, and it is very easy and cheaper also to file design patent at Indian Patent Office. And design patent require you to basically provide you the sketches of your all design with respect to all the sides. So we require front view, top view, side view, and the 3D view of your entire design. And this design document is more than enough to go for design patent. So recently I have two design patents filed to my credit, and it was a very interesting journey to go for filing to publishing this design patent. So we will also talk about it in the coming slides. So anyway, so when you talk about the patentability requirement, the patentability requirement is very clear. It should be useful, so it should have some commercial and social values. Then there is a very interesting word that every invention should have some innovation or novelty into it. So what do you mean by novelty? So novelty is nothing but no one else has done it before, and if someone else done it before, even you didn't know about it, it is not patentable. So please try to understand. And it should be non-obvious. So to someone having ordinary skills in the art, is really not patentable. And then is it should be some good idea or the existing idea. It can be a new formula, it can be a newly discovered law or principle of nature, or it can be something which is patentable and which is not patentable. You should understand it very, very clearly. Now definitely when you talk about what is the role of patent office, that there is a question that I want to file the patent, then I should really consult IP lawyer, or you can also file patent individually. So it is again a subjective matter, and it is basically the compatibility as well as the ability of inventor. If inventor is able to prepare this entire document which is required for patenting, then definitely individual can also file for the patent. Otherwise it is always better to consult and the document which we prepare for filing the patent, I generally call it as techno-legal document. How many of you heard about this techno-legal word? It is a technical as well as legal document which is to be drafted. We will see what parts are there in the patent application, so that it is basically a technical document written with legal language, and that's the reason it is called as techno-legal document. And this writing a techno-legal document is an art. And definitely as a technical person, initially I will not be able to write this techno-legal document, but over the period once you do practicing one or two or three applications, then I'm very sure that you will be able to write this technological document very easily. We'll see what is it. So when you talk about novelty, novelty is a very evolving term, and today something is novel, tomorrow it is not novel, and day after tomorrow it is absolute. That this is how basically works in our field, and change is the only constant in our field. And that something which was there in my mind, if I will not publish or if I will not patent, then today it is not novelty and tomorrow it will be absolute. I hope you all are agree with me, right? So it is always better whichever comes in your mind as a new thought process. That thought process can be converted to innovation or novelty in some product or some concept or some process or some idea or some algorithm. Then my suggestion is to please think over it and don't keep that thought process with you. Immediately convert it into some IP. Can be a patent, can be a copyright, can be trademark, or can be a trade secret. And generally in our case, I will suggest you that immediately convert it into patent. Now definitely when you talk about that, yes, this is something. How will you decide whether it can be patented or not? How will you decide the credibility of this entire thought process, whether it has novelty or whether it has innovation? And that is what is all this IP consultant does for you. And that is how the job of patent office is. And patent office is basically a certification authority for novelty or invention. Now always it is recommended that even you have some concept in your mind, and you feel that this concept is very, very novel, this concept is very, very innovative, and even to bring it to the actual working product, if it is taking time, then you can also go for provisional patent. We'll see what do you mean by provisional patent on the next slide. So what is basically a application process? So there are two ways of doing patent. Either you can go for regular patent application, or you can also go for provisional patent application, if something is there in your mind, but it takes some time to actually bring it to the reality. So you can also go for provisional patent, because provisional patent helps you to protect your innovation from the filing date. And yes, this provisional patent has to do or has to be converted to the regular patent within the period of 1 year, but you get a time window of 1 year to convert your entire concept into the reality and some working product. And then definitely you can lock your innovation with your name, you can block your innovation with your application as an inventor, and that will also help you to get some time for almost a year. So now that is what is I started with, that can this patenting can be done with the patent lawyer or patent agent, or it can be done individually. So yes, it has, you have both the options open. But honestly speaking, when I uh, have filed my first patent in 2014, definitely I had a team of 4 to 5 members, and then we used to do it in team, and one of them was lawyer, and he used to guide us. And then later on, when we done with 3 applications, and all these 3 patents were published, then we understand that it requires the complete domain knowledge. It also requires the knowledge of patent law as well as IPR practices. Because to file your patent, you have to prepare a very stylish document. We call it as technological document. And that technological document is, writing a technological document is an art. Because when it when the application is submitted, the Indian Patent Office look at it in multiple aspects. It looks at your application through the technical perspective, legal perspective, as well as the societal impact perspective. So if your application has these 3 components, good blend of these 3 components, that is technical, legal, and societal impact, then definitely nobody can stop you from publishing your patent, provided it has some innovation and novelty, right? So when you talk about the next point is the utility patent. Generally, the more patents which are filed in our field are utility patents, and these utility patents has basically these 4 parts: the cover page, drawing, specification, and the claims. So first, what we will do in next 10 minutes, first I will try to make you clear that what these 4 sections are talking about, what should be included in these 4 sections, and then I will show you a couple of documents which are prepared by me and published already, so that you will be able to map how this application is to be prepared. So the specification part, it is always written in the descriptive manner, and it includes the background, summary, description, and many other fields. So the specification part is very, very important, and it is always written in narrative form, and it should teach the invention to a person of ordinary skills in the art. So generally it is said that you have to write a patent application in such a way that even a layman will understand what this invention is. Even a layman should understand where this invention will be useful. Even the layman should understand that after this the entire patent comes to the society, how it will impact the common man in the society. Okay, so that's the reason this specification makes a lot of legal requirement clear for patenting. It also explains the field of invention with the technicality covered in the entire thought process. And then it is also thoroughly checked by the patent office before it goes to the next stage. Then there is a one section we call it as background, and in the background section we are supposed to explain what the background is of invention. It will explain the problem that invention was designed to overcome. Then the next section in the specification is summary. It provides a short description of what is included in the product, as well as what is the method described in the specification part. It is also supported by the description of drawings with all the sketches which we have already discussed, because every patent application should also be supported with the sketches and design which are there in the your entire utility patent application. Then there is a detailed description of preferred embodiment of the invention, and it is always supported with the narratives which is divided into some paragraphs. It should also use some references, some drawing, and finally it should lead to the usability of the patent in the real world. Then there is one very important part of the patent, we call it as claims. And the why it is most important part of patent, because it defines the invention with respect to the all the drawbacks which you have listed of the existing work. It said what courts look at when they have to decide whether this patent is to be published, and then later on granted, and then later on sent to the next stage. And what is important is your claim section should recite all the features of the invention which distinguishes your proposed invention from the prior work which has been done in the same problem which you are addressing through your patent. So this claim section, I will show you some sample application. So claim need to show the complete novelty and patentability of your entire application. Then only it will be easy for you to get through in the process. So now when you talk about this claim, you can see here the way what I will show you one sample document, but please try to understand. I'm writing my system claims. So I know there is a preamble, but this preamble, this claim which is done in the claim section is always referred to the first, second, third, and fourth limitation which I am putting into my patent application. So one example is given here. So always please see here, it should recite all the features of the invention which distinguishes it from the prior art. And prior art is nothing but we generally call it as the state of the art of the problem which you are addressing with respect to the limitations. And we have these 4 limitations, and then with respect to these 4 limitations, how my proposed system is claiming to overcome all these drawbacks. So to summarize, what are the requirements for patent application? It must convince another that you have created the claim invention. It must enable another to perform to make the claim invention with better with some experimentation and implementation. It must describe the best mode of the claim invention, and this requirement is same for both utility patent. Either you are going in the regular application mode or you are going in the provisional application mode. So now provisional application, we already discussed, they all have same parts, but the advantage is that you get, when you are going for provisional patent, you get a good time window of 1 year from the date of filing, and at least you can block your invention with your name. And later on, after 1 year of time, it is mandatory to convert this provisional application into a regular patent application. So yes, advantages of provisional application: you get 1 year to commercialize or to get funding, and definitely it has low cost as compared to regular patent office, and you can get all these. I don't know, but let me. You can. I hope what I'm browsing is visible to you all. So I hope what I'm browsing is visible to you all. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So you can see here, I'm browsing you through the Department of Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade, which is basically intellectual property of IP of Indian Patent Office. And you can see here you have all pro formas and applications, and all the details which are available here. I can also put this link in the chat box so that you all will have Hmm. Where is the chat box? Yeah. So yes, now I am able. So I have already posted this in the chat box. Yes. So there are. I can see chat box. I will answer all these questions in next 10 minutes. But before that, let me show you some sample application which are with me. So this is one I hope what I'm showing to you is visible. So this is one of the pattern application. Can you see? I hope you are able to browse, see what I am browsing. So this is one of the patent, and title of the patent is eco-friendly heating and cooling system with water distiller for cabinet. So look at the title. The title is very important, and from title it should be very clear that what this patent is talking about. I hope what I am displaying is visible to you all. An
Yes,
eco-friendly heating
yes,
and
yes.
cooling system. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. An eco-friendly heating and cooling system with water distiller for cabinet. And now I will walk you through this. Please go through it. I will just walk you through what exactly it is. So the first part is preamble to the description. Then there is a field of invention. So you can see how in simple way this field of invention is written. And I'm happy to share with you that this was my third patent, and I was involved in drafting of this entire technological document, and it was published in 3 months of time. So there is a field of invention. So you have to be very particular in drafting this field of invention with crisp and precise language. Then there is a background of invention, where what background of invention is. So you can see here how systematically and with points we are supposed to write the background of invention. So there is a disadvantage. I hope you remember limitation 1, limitation 2, limitation 3, limitation 4, which I have presented on my slide. So there is a disadvantage, yes, another disadvantage, yes, another disadvantage. So I'm listing all the disadvantages, or rather evaluation of the state of the art in this field. So you can see another disadvantage, and then now I'm saying object of the invention. Can you see? Okay. So hello. To speak on intellectual is there in your mind, but it takes some time to actually take it to the reality. So you can also go for provision. Hello.
Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Shall I continue?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. So then there is a objects of invention. So I hope it is clear that in the field of invention what I have listed. I have listed drawbacks of existing state of the art, and then I'm saying with respect to all these drawbacks which I listed in the field of invention, then I'm saying object of invention. Okay. So I request all participants, I will share this document with organizers so that you can go through it, because it is very important. I personally suggest to try this attempt this patent application by your own, and you will definitely learn. Learning is an incremental process, and we always learn how to draft this technological document. And then you can see here, therefore an object of the present invention is to provide. So you should link with the field of invention. And now you can see here another object of the invention. So I'm mentioning all these objects of the further another object of the present invention. So I'm mapping it to all the limitations which I have listed. Then there is a statement of invention. So now here you are supposed to narrate what is actually proposing in your proposed patent. Is it clear? So here you can see here, according to the invention, there is eco-friendly heating is what I am proposing, how it works, and then there is a brief description of drawing. So I am supporting the drawings, and then detailed description of the event, and then don't forget a very important part is still yet to come, and that is nothing but claim. Okay, claims are very important in your entire patent application. because every claim is reviewed thoroughly. Every claim is mapped to the field of invention and object of invention which we have just discussed, and then it is reviewed to decide. And you can see all these claims which I am mentioning here, and then there are, you can see more than 10 claims, and then finally my patent application will conclude with the abstract. Is it fine? So this is my entire patent application. I hope it is at least you got a glance of this entire patent application here, so that you will understand that how to draft. I have many patent application like this with me, but to give you some example, because it is very important to understand how it is to be drafted. So moving ahead, I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. So, provisional patent application, generally, I also would like to recommend, because, sometimes the idea comes in your mind, and then, it takes some time to actually convert it into a, product. And then it is always recommended to go for a provisional patent. I have one small question to you. How many of you knows Scarecrow? Please put it in the chat box. How many of you know Scarecrow? कोणाला माहित आहे Scarecrow? What is the meaning of Scarecrow? Please, I am waiting your response for your response in the chat box. Anybody? You can put your response in the chat box. How many of you know Scarecrow? Anybody? Please say yes, please say no. Okay. How many of you know Buzgauna? Yes or no? How many of you heard about this term Buzgauna? You know that? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
शेतात वापरतात.
शेतात
Used in
वापरतो.
farms.
Yes, yes. So basically, let me share you one of the case study in 2 minutes. I basically come from village background. I had done my schooling from 7 villages till 10th standard, and then later on I did my engineering. Then I did my post graduation. I had done my PhD and postdoctorate from Europe. I visited more than 20 countries so far. And when I was moving to the European farming, I realized that there are many things which can be done in the Indian context, particularly with respect to the farmers. And when I was connected to the villages till 10th standard more closely, I used to observe that farmer put lot of efforts in putting this Buzgauna in the farm. And that farmers are worried for their growing crops from flying animals, from flying birds, and these ground animals, because त्यांना आपले पिकं वाचवायचे असतात, जे येणारे पिकं आहेत त्यांना पक्ष्यापासून आणि जे आपल्या उंदीर आणि घुशी असतात, ground animals. So that was their basic objective, to protect these growing crops. And then they put lot of efforts to put this statue in the farm, so that they can protect the crops. But I used to observe that human being feels that humans are only intelligent. So human learning, and then there is machine learning, and then there is birds learning. And birds realize that to kai manus nahi hai, that is a statue, and they sit on that Buzgauna and they enjoy. I hope you are agree with me. And then that thought came in my mind, and then I decided to file the patent, which will be IoT based smart scarecrow. And this is how the identifying a valid problem to address the end user. So it is very, very important. And I know I'm happy to share with you that when this patent was filed, it was granted in 3 months of time by Indian Patent Office. And this patent is then granted and examined also. So this is a very small case study I'm sharing with you. And what is required for patent? What is required? You have to identify a valid problem from society, and then you have to think about that how this valid problem from society can be solved with the help of applying technology. And then later on you can think about that how you can do better. I hope you understand. So we have designed a patent we have designed a IoT based smart scarecrow where, if the birds are coming in the vicinity, my scarecrow will rotate hand, my scarecrow will rotate head, my scarecrow will whistle, my scarecrow will raise the hand. If there are some ground movements in the, on the ground, then my scarecrow will rotate legs. And this was a very successful case study, particularly to share with you on this platform, because you should understand that if I am supposed to file the patent, what is required? So what is required is a very valid problem from society. Please identify it. It can be a local problem in your district, it can be a local problem in your state, doesn't matter. And then think about how this societal problem can be solved by application of technology. And then you can build up the entire thought process, and then you can do some literature survey that whether this type of work has been addressed or not. Then you can come up with the limitations, and then finally you can think of having a good intellectual property with your credit. I hope you understand this simple. Yeah. So, and initially I went for a provisional patent, and then later on I converted into a regular patent for that. So anyway, so always there are many questions which are asked. So I will invest next 5 minutes on that, and then maybe I will try to open up the session for question and answer. So each claim which you are doing is reviewed thoroughly, and you should understand and convince the usability of your innovation and invention. Then only it will be easy for you to write this claim, and the field of invention as well as the object of invention section in the patent application. Then always the question is asked that what is a duration of utility patent. So basically the utility patent life is 20 years from the date of filing. Design patent life is 4 years from the date of issue. And then it is your choice whether you would like to go for utility patent or would you like to go for design patent, and it depends on the completely what kind of innovation you are coming up with. Now from this slide onwards, I have some questions which are there on the slide, which I have received in my previous presentations, and then I try to address all these questions, and then we will also see few more questions in the coming slide. So patenting and commercializing my invention, is it worth? So definitely my answer would be yes, because there are a lot of public benefits when new products are developed, and development usually require patent protection to enable companies to take necessary financial risks. And if your patent is clicked, if your innovation is clicked for some requirement in one of the part of the country, and definitely your patent can do lot of wonders. Let me share one very interesting patent with you again. Have you observed that I don't know, we used to use lead pencils 10 years before. That's a Camlin lead pencil, and I don't know how many of you have experience, but our most of the lead used to go west. Are you agree with me? Yes or no? The lead was of this size.
Yes, sir.
And yes. Okay. But now, please see that today you are able to use maximum of the lead, and hardly 1 or 2% of the lead is getting west. And there is a patent for that. Are you getting my point? Because there was a patent for optimizing the wastage of that lead from Camlin pencil, and that patent was filed by 9-year-old girl at that time. Is it clear? And I was fortunate to meet that 9-year-old girl 8 to 9 years back. And why I'm sharing with you, because you should understand that पहिले आपण जेव्हा ती लीड पेन्सिल वापरायचो, तर अर्ध्याच्या थोडं कमी पेन्सिल पर्यंत आपण अर्ध्याच्या थोडे जास्त वापरू शकत होतो, आणि then रिमेनिंग लीड यूज टू गो वेस्ट, राईट? But today, if you will see, there is a change in the design of the holder of that lead, and now today we are able to use maximum of the lead which is there in the lead pencil. Are you getting my point? Okay, so these are small problems which are identified, which has to be identified, and then you have to think about how will you address it through your innovation and thought process. So this is the answer for first question. Then research commercialization provides many benefits. So yes, definitely it provides a lot of benefit. It helps you to convert it into R&D resources, partnership with companies and universities. It definitely returns a lot of ROI, and definitely it also helps you to empower the economic development of your organization as well as your country. So when you talk about this research commercialization, all esteemed members who are participant on this digital platform today, today we are now entering into interdisciplinary era where research commercialization can be easily done by discovering the valid problem and then bringing this technology in place, and then finally you can think of converting into commercialization. And believe me, there are a lot of investors who are ready to fund your ideas provided conditions apply that idea is clicked and it is really used to the end user in mass. Definitely investors will not be happy to invest in your idea if it is targeting a very specific crowd of people, crowd. Definitely you please see that the entire product and thought process is benefiting to the mass, and definitely you will find a lot of investors to that. So this is typically how the product commercialization works from lab to customer. I don't know, there is a concept now, industry on campus. So same thing, this concept is now being leveraged to go for more patent applications and more research commercializations. And you can see here, there is a discovery to intellectual property to technology transfer, and then finally, how these R&D startups and incubators are now taking benefit of this entire end-to-end workflow in the patent applications. So technology transfer, business development is now going to play a crucial role in driving GDPR in the next 10 to 20 years. And definitely, you should think about it. That is what I started with my question, that please go to the Indian Patent Office and see the statistics. How many of the patents are filed, published, granted, and commercialized? And then you will be surprised to see that, very few patents are, went to the granting stage, and then very few of them are into converted into a examination and then finally commercialization. So my appeal to all to please see that you can do more commercializations instead of just filing and publishing. It has no meaning, because finally whatever efforts, whatever investment you are putting should be converted to a fund, and it should extend you some monetary benefits. So if you go to Europe and US, you will find that many scientists have succeeded as entrepreneurs, and only the answer is that they could become an entrepreneur due to commercializing this intellectual property through research commercializations. And finally they have a lot of products on their name, and all these products, when company would like to produce it on the mass production, they are paying to the inventor, and how these inventors are earning. So anyway, so this is something very interesting. So to summarize, research commercialization is very exciting journey, and it is really an important field for scientists and engineers. And I really would like to congratulate ITM Nanded, Thorat sir, and entire team for having this very interesting webinar on this intellectual property and research, because there are many different perspectives. Here I have tried to share my own perspective, where I have tried to share some case studies as well as use cases. And I personally feel that generally my target is in 3 months I keep target of one patent. So in a year I have target of at least 4 patents to be filed and published, and then later on I see that how many of them can be tracked further to go to the next stage of granting and commercialization. So thank you very much for once again inviting me. You can note down my contact number as well as email ID. I will be happy to answer all your questions in the future. But Still, I will be happy to answer your questions if any in for next 10 to 15 minutes. So yes, sir. Thank you very much.
At the outset, thank you very much, Dr. Parikshit Malle. Uh, he his growth is phenomenal. When he used to be with me at BN College of Engineering, Pusat, that Parikshit and this Parikshit, I can see the tremendous growth.
Thank
And
you.
its credit goes to the Parikshit Malle and his parents. I congratulate even Mrs. Parikshit Malle, and every 60% there is a woman. So
Sir,
Sunbaईंना
credit goes to you being my teacher.
thank you.
Credit goes to you, sir.
आणि सुनबाईचं अभिनंदन आणि मुलांचं सुद्धा
Thank you, sir.
अभिनंदन की त्यांनी तुझ्या या प्रवासात तू बिझी असताना तुझा अब्सेन्स सहन केला. ते really might have been suffered a lot when you had been to overseas for pursuing your postdoc and you had
PhD.
they have a PhD and all. So their contribution is also
Yes.
healthy. And
Yes.
I really congratulate you, your colleague, and thank you for giving your precious time. And the talk was amazing, excellent, at par. And the way you quoted the example and the way you tried to be interactive was excellent. We deliberately put this off mode questions since in during online or interactive one there are chances of some questions which could not be answered, or they need to be trimmed, and they need to be channelized properly, they need to be selected properly. As a lot of screening is needed to be done it was my personal experience.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
we cannot take more questions also. So
Yes, sir.
having interaction is my motto also, because in interaction it helps you speaker as well as attendee to have a healthy interaction. But when it comes to the internet and then it's quite cumbersome to accommodate all the questions, and as you said, lot of scrutiny is need to be there, and you can say censorship is needed to be there where the topic is related or not, and likewise in physical or offline one you can have a nice
Yes, sir.
interaction. So that
Thank you,
was
sir.
what
Thank
I- and I congratulate you for conducting nice
Thank you,
session. And you are a good orator. You groom a lot, and again congratulations. Can we take questions, Parikshit?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To
Yes,
chat box and Telegram group. Rajesh Pawar again asked one question. Design of product is can design of product be patented?
Yes, design of product can be patented because now there is a design patent which is really taking a good shape. So I talked about it, and design patent is again very much highly appreciated. So I request you to go for designing go for design patent for that category.
Okay, next question is from Jayendra. Sir, please tell me about the trademark and trade license.
Yes. So trademark and trade licenses are basically the again intellectual property. You must have observed that there is a one name and then there is a TM written. I don't know how many of you have observed, right? So that is basically a logo, or that design is trademark for your name, so that nobody is allowed to use that trademark and trade secrets for their personal commercial use. So many of the places you see that there is some design and there is a TM. I hope you have understood, right? So all these four IPs, patent, copyright, trademark, and trade secrets, they all comes under the same ministry, which I have shown this website. Okay, and then all these four intellectual property comes into the Ministry of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trades. Okay, I hope your question is answered. So you should also go for trademarks and trade secrets, which are highly used in the commercial field.
And one more question is from Bala Prasad Shinde. What step do I have to take for permanent for patent protection and means other than registration in USPTO?
Okay, that's a very good question. As already I have mentioned, please read Paris Treaty for intellectual property. And there is a lot of debate whether I should go for Indian patent, whether I should go for US patent. So it is completely your choice. It is basically, it depends on every patent, every innovation has some applicability through the demographic regions. If I'm doing some patent targeting the Indian needs, definitely that patent would not be applicable to the other countries. Are you getting my point? So, nowadays, today, if you will ask me to list down the priorities, then, I will suggest you to go for Indian patent, because Indian patents are doing very good in last 15 years. And particularly the cost is also affordable. And then, the same invention, if it is applicable to the United States and the concerned end users, then you can also go for same patent filed in the US patent office. Okay, so please see there is a difference, because the design issues for same patent in Indian context and design issues for same patent in US context would be different. I hope your question is answered, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Last two questions. Nilesh Poekar. Sir, what is the procedure of
Patent
commercial
licensing.
patent, and what is the patent licensing?
Yes, very good question. So commercializing a patent is something which requires examination of your patent, and that is generally done through the after filing FER. You have to file FER of your examination, and once your patent is examined, then that patent is open for open for stakeholders to buy your invention, and then later on they can think of commercializing it. So that is what I told you. Very good question, Pohekar ji, sir. That please go to the statistics. Very few inventions are granted and commercialized, and that is what I personally appeal all participants on this platform to concentrate and target this than just filing and publishing the patent. Right?
Thank you, sir. And another question, Prachi Ghai, how can I find out if someone else is using trademark I am interested in registering?
Yes, there is as there is a search engine for patent, there is also search engine for trademark, there is also search engine for trade secrets, and IP consultant will do it for you. Don't worry, because search engine for trademarks require image search engine, customized search engine to check whether your trademark is filed or not, and different search engine is there for patents.
Nilesh Poekar again comes with the two questions.
Yeah, very, very interesting question. And as I already told you, there are Australian patents, African patents, many patents are coming up, but I would rate Indian patent at second level. So please go for Indian patent, which is very good process set, and the cost is also affordable.
Now my question is for all the attendees, the academician, educationists, industrialists, the policymakers, you, and even me and my staff, that how to bridge the gap between just mere registration of patent and implementation of the same, and getting it commercialized, getting it started,
Yes.
giving
Yes.
some jobs through it to the
Yes.
jobs.
Completely correct.
And
Agree.
how can our student become an employer than being an employee?
बरोबर सर. ऍक्च्युली आय एम कम्प्लिटली व्हेरी व्हेरी व्हॅलिड क्वेश्चन, व्हेरी नाईस क्वेश्चन. आणि मी पहिले म्हणजे मी प्रेझेंटेशन स्टार्ट केल्यापासून तेच म्हणतोय की फोकस शुड बी मोर ऑन ग्रँटिंग अँड कमर्शियलायझिंग इट, आणि त्यासाठी आपल्याला तो ट्रॅक ठेवावा लागेल. आणि ट्रॅक ठेवून शेवटी तो जो कन्सेप्ट आपण 2 वर्षापूर्वी फाईल केलेला आहे, तो कन्सेप्ट वाया जाऊ न देता तो कुठेतरी कोणाला तरी वापरात आला पाहिजे, तरच त्याची कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम डेव्हलप होईल. अदरवाईज पेटंट फाईल करून पब्लिश करून काही फायदा नाही. So that is a bottom line. So that's the reason I have been repeatedly appealing all participants to take a note of this, that please go to the statistics आणि बघा की किती पेटंट फाईल झाले आणि ऍक्च्युअली किती त्यातले कमर्शियलाइज झाले.
That I know, that's why I raised this question.
Yes, that's a very important point, and you need to build that ecosystem. And sir, you are there at the senior management team in the education field, so you can make it this drive, this entire initiative where for particular region you can bring equal-minded people, and you can see that at least 3, 4, 5 patents are commercialized, and somewhere they are visible to the society. Unless and until it is not visible to the society, आपण ते दाखवू नाही शकलो तर लोकांना हे पेटंट हे सगळे व्हर्च्युअलच वाटतं आतापर्यंत, आणि त्याचा उपयोग काय आहे ते अजून लोकांना तो कळलं नाही. Yes. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Sir, can you elaborate the patent commercial process?
Yes, it's not the actually process. Once it is examined, then commercialization is the individual stakeholders perspective. and you get to know that, and even the stakeholders are more interested and curious to see that which of the innovation can be commercialized.
नंतर मग मी तुम्हाला घ्या
Thank you, sir. Over to you.
ओके हा परीक्षा and education and industrialists and government official policymakers, we have to come together to increase the
Yes, sir.
number of patent from mere registration to its working phase or implementation. For this, next month, probably in first or second week, can VIT and ITM be combined? Can VIT and ITM take
Yes,
some
sir.
efforts
Yes, sir.
for
Yes.
motivating for a startup, like one webinar
Absolutely.
on startup, and
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
another within which there could be different session, like what is startup, what is the support of government, that is the policymakers support for startup, and
Yes, sir.
and in one session particularly, we will address the patentees, that is those who have patented their product, would be product, and they want to implement it, want to go for the production level for them. So let us keep the session open to
Yes, sir.
answer their questions. And in this session, after just some brief preparation, let us have the interaction
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
to solve their problems. How could they meet to the solution if they have genuine difficulties? There are a lot of schemes the central government and state governments are having for startups. So
Yes,
can
sir.
we host one webinar in
Webinar jointly with, yes, sir.
jointly with VIT and ITM?
Yes, sir.
And
Sure.
we can say locate the speaker, and let us make it national one, because this webinar, lot of traveling time is saved, lot of
Sure.
money
Yes.
is saved.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Only
sir.
problem is sometimes the connectivity may not be there, but that can be resolved.
Yeah, that can be resolved. We will do it, sir. That's
Yeah.
a good. Yes, sir. Yes.
As a session chair, I would like to conclude for both the session. I personally feel, and you might have also observed, that both sessions were exceptionally good. They were interactive. All questions asked by the attendee stands answered, and sessions were very fruitful. And I can conclude that these speakers has contributed a lot through their efforts to make our lives smooth as far as patenting goes, as far as this commercial of patenting goes. So I extend my profoundly sincere thanks to both the speaker, Advocate Anand Mahurkar and Dr. Parikshit Malle, and I extend my profoundly sincere thanks to all the attendees. And at this juncture, we will be departing for lunch, and there will be a lunch break of 40 minutes. At 2:30, we'll be joining again. So all attendees are requested to join us at 2:30 for the third session of by Dr. Sanjay Poekar on how to write a research paper, followed by another session by Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, how to use the research tools. With this, I once again thank you all. Thank you for offering patience hearing to my both speakers and me. And thank you one and all. Thank you, Parishit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Take care. Take care. Thank you all. Thank
See
you.
you, and I'll talk to you later.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Satish, over to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will take a short break. At 2:30, we will be meeting.
Onkar sir, Onkar sir, his own startup, own company, Dr. Onkar Nirgude. Onkar Nirgude is a very good friend of mine. He's our technical lead, and he has helped us a lot. Onkar, because of you, we had a smooth ride. We had great sessions, and I extend my profound sincere thanks, Onkar. Onkar Nirgude is a really great support. Thank you, and we'll see you at 2:30, Onkar.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us
Thank you,
break.
sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thorat, sir. Good day, sir.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I won't be there soon to wake you so discreet.
छू मंत्र छू, अरे छू मंत्र छू, छू मंत्र मंत्र।
चैनल पे टाटा आईपीएल, आओ तुम्हें जियो सिनेमा पे असली आईपीएल दिखाएं।
अरे भैया क्या कर रहे हो यार,
चक्कर आ रहा है।
हाँ खेलो खेलो।
अब डिजिटल इंडिया देखेगा डिजिटल टाटा आईपीएल सिर्फ जियो सिनेमा पे, किसी भी स्क्रीन पे, किसी भी मोबाइल नेटवर्क पे, बिल्कुल फ्री।
My heart is beating very slowly. It may stop soon. I am practicing a secret method here in my den, which I learned from wise moms from the land called Home of Snow. I have become joyful like my child. This is my home, my den. I have built.
अभी आया है, बिल्कुल लेटेस्ट।
Waiting for the summer, knowing there's no
hoping to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Get solving in the cloud with the Google Cloud free program. As a new user, you'll get $300 in free credits for the first 9.
चले जाते हैं।
छू मंत्र छू, अरे छू मंत्र छू, छू मंत्र मंत्र छू, छू मंत्र छू।
सुंदर केस.
आणि माझे बघ, काय आहे तुझं सिक्रेट? गार्नियर ब्लॅक नॅचरल्स हेअर कलर, ज्यामध्ये आहे बदाम तेलाचे पोषण. अमोनिया शिवाय मिळते 5 पट अधिक शाईन आणि माझे सगळे पांढरे केस गायब.
तर केस दिसतात इतके नॅचरल की तुम्ही कलर
आणि कोणाला कळणारही नाही. गार्नियर ब्लॅक नॅचरल्स बाय गार्नियर नॅचरली.
नीना, आज काय बनवलंय?
आज नाश्त्यात पोहे आहेत, आलू पराठे.
आज काय बनवलंय? काल मला विचारायचे, आज तुला. काल मी ह्याचं उत्तर शोधत असायचे, आज तू. काल मला किचनच्या पुढे काही दिसतच नव्हतं आणि आज तू किचनच्या पुढे स्वतःला बघूच शकत नाहीस. काळ बदलला, पण हा प्रश्न बदलला नाही. तर चला हा प्रश्न आज मी बदलते.
आज काय बनवलंय?
आज जेवायला बनवलंय वरण.
सुनबाई, आज तुला काय बनायचंय?
आम्ही मानतो की तुमची जागा फक्त किचनमध्ये नाही, म्हणून जेमिनी रिफाइंड ऑइल, ज्याचं न्यूट्रीफ्रेश लॉक जेवणाला ठेवतं खूप वेळ फ्रेश आणि न्यूट्रिशियस, ज्यामुळे तुम्हाला किचनच्या पलीकडे आपली ओळख बनवायला वेळ मिळतो.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we
What is that?
lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
What is that?
Good
Thanks.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks to
Sir, join
Omkar
the-
Nirgude for
Sir, join the.
arranging this post lunch session again. And let us start the proceeding of post lunch sessions. There will be two sessions. The one will be conducted by beloved friend of mine, Professor Dr. Sanjay Poekar from Symbiosis. And this last one will be conducted by my PhD guide, Master Dr. S.B. Kishore sir. And the respective topics are how to write research paper and research tools. So I request Dr. Satish Kokate to introduce Professor Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, sir. He is an eminent professor, eminent researcher. Please introduce him. Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I am logged in, sir. No problem. I listened to last two sessions by Anand and Dr. Mohalle also.
Wow, great, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. You always been a backbone for me, sir, and me and ITM. We share the same alma mater during some tenure, that is
Yes,
BN College of Engineering. And I know you. You are a great academician, great education, great researcher. I'm proud to be associated with you. Professor Satish Koka, please introduce my beloved Dr. Sanjay Pohekar so that audience, the attendees can know about him. Thank you.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Sanjay Pohekar. Dr. Sanjay Pohekar is a professor and head research program, Symbiosis Center for Research and Innovation. Dr. Sanjay Pohekar is mechanical engineer by education and academic administrator by profession. He obtained a doctorate degree from BITS Pilani in 2004. He has also been in charge of the doctoral program over the last 20 years in various universities, including BITS Pilani. He has 30 years of experience. He has taught in collaborative education programs and conducted many MDPs. He has 30 international journal publications in his credit, with a total citation count over 4,080 as on date. He is on the reviewers board of Elsevier Science Springer, Indare Science, and Valley VCH UK, to name a few. He has successfully guided 5 doctoral students in the area of energy engineering, heat transfer, and computational fluid dynamics. He has also guided 2 national renewable energy fellowships. He is guiding 4 scholars for doctoral thesis. He is a life member of many professional societies and associations. He is presently a professor and head of research programs at Symbiosis Center for Research and Innovation at Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune. Let me invite Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, sir, to speak on how to write a research paper. Dr. Sanjay Pohekar, sir, over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. Firstly, let me thank Professor Thorat for inviting me. And he has given me a choice of Saturday also, which makes my life easy. And I listened to very good sessions earlier. They were very thought-provoking. My close friend, Professor Advocate Anand, and then Malle sir also. Just confirm whether the slides are visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Quite visible.
Quite visible. So the topic which I'll be speaking to you for about another half an hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes or so, followed by question answers. I have about 38 slides and there are certain explanations which can be given at the back of the slides. And the presentation which I am giving is basically a generic presentation in nature where the engineering community, science community, management community can always benefit and can relate these to the topic in which they are trying to write down. So the name which I have given is Art and Science of Writing a Paper writing. So it cannot be a technical paper, it cannot be called as a scientific paper, but the entire inquiry is basically called as a scientific writing technique basically. So can you confirm that I am audible and the slides are visible?
Yes, sir, very much. Loud and clear.
Yeah. Now, if you look at the cycle of research, I don't see it is going live on air because I have opened up that YouTube link also in the side by frame.
No, you are there, sir.
Okay. So
yes, sir. I confirm, sir, you are there.
Okay. So no problem. So if you look at research is an output, a research paper is output. So what we do is to begin with, we identify a research problem at hand. Then we put the research in action, and that research in action gets finally converted to something called as a publication. It may be a patent, it may be a technology transfer, and all those things lead back once again to a research problem at hand, and the cycle continues. So one such a entity which you have addressed to in the forum session is the patenting matters, and it is definitely linked to the technology transfer matters also. But I am addressing basically the red marked one, which is called as a publication matter. Now, normally the academicians and the research output in universities, colleges is measured in terms of publication like a journal paper, book chapter, proceeding paper, conference studies, conference case studies like that. These are all very common methods. Another common way of measuring intellectual property is patent, design, copyright, geographical integration, trademark, then comes project, then comes technology, product, etc. etc. So publication is the most favored one by academicians, the university and college teachers. And definitely their students are also part of it. Now, what can be published? Let's have a look at it. It is a laundry list, I could say. Any new or original piece of created knowledge can, yeah, yeah. Okay, I have gone to the third. That's what I.
Make it slideshow, sir. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes.
Okay, just let me confirm once again. Okay, is it moving? But then it is in editing mode or a slideshow mode? If I make it in a slideshow mode,
Sir, please start slideshow, then stop sharing, and again go to select the slide mode.
okay, let me do
Now
this.
share. Now click on share. Third option. And go to window. Is it? I think there is a two slide windows will be there. One is
Okay.
editing mode and another is second.
Okay, so I will have to make another window open.
Yes.
Then it will work. I think it will work now. Is it?
Yes, sir. Now it is okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's working now. Yes. And then to go for the next slide, you just scroll to the next page. Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
so I had shown this basic slide, then I had shown a research cycle wherein I had said that no, there are three basic things: research at hand, the research problem at hand, then we have put our research into action, and then comes the output of research, which can be patent, which can be publication, etc. Now, common output. I am on the third slide now. Please confirm. Okay. So the basic research output which we count is in the form of a research paper or book chapter or a proceeding paper or a case study. These are very common and most popular among the teaching community. Then comes intellectual property, which we have deliberated in the morning. Then we may attract certain research project which is linking your research to the society, and then we may transfer certain technologies, certain processes, we may develop new products, you may develop new method. So I am addressing this talk for 90 minutes on a 38 slides on research publications. Now I am on the next slide wherein I want to tell you about what all can be published. Now, any new or original piece of created knowledge can be published. So there has to be original piece of knowledge. New or original inventions such as instrument, process, protocol, methods, models, strategies, and validation of strategies can be published. Newer or novel stocks of knowledge can be published. Applications of existing body of knowledge to newer areas can be published. If you are solving new or existing problems and can give solutions to the problems, they can also be published. Development of newer theories or modification of existing theories can be published. We can also publish policy. We can also give a critique or a review in a niche or a specific area. So anything which you write in a little bit novel format and is your original idea or extended to a newer area of research, that can be published. So you please think of wherein your research fits in. Without doing research, you may not be able to contribute to this big list basically. Can somebody mute the mic because it's giving echo? Now I am telling you what cannot be published or what is not considered to be a part of research publication. Is this slide visible? Can somebody confirm? Okay. Research publication. Now present papers presented in any national or international conference, seminar, workshop or symposium, they are not considered to be publications. So this is the biggest misnomer basically. We can't consider any paper in a conference, international, national, seminar, workshop to be a paper. Paper has to be published in a journal. Abstract in conference proceeding with or without ISSN, ISBN cannot be considered as paper. Any article on a social science research network is not called as a paper. Then any local, regional or international newspaper article is also not called as a paper. Anything which is published in a magazine is not called as a paper. However, there are certain exceptions like Harvard Business Review. If you publish an article in Harvard Business Review or in Economic and Political Weekly, EPW, though they are articles, they are having a stature of a paper. Book reviews published in journal. Many times we write down book reviews. They are not called as publications, and the papers which we write down in a souvenir or annual magazines, they also cannot be called as a paper. So if you look at the ranking of universities, institutions, they are particularly worried about those matters which can be published. And if you are publishing in the big list which I have given on the slide number 7, they will not be counted by your ranking agency, accrediting agency as a publication. So be careful. And one more important thing is, if you publish in something which is not called as a research publication, then our entire efforts go waste. So publish in a good avenue basically. Now we can also have publications in the form of a review papers. If you have worked in a research area for a very long time, you can write down a comprehensive paper which is a review of the research which has happened in that particular area. You can also write down empirical papers or experimental based research papers by collecting primary data through questionnaire, through interview, by doing the experiment in lab, by doing the experiment in the field, so on and so forth. You can also write down thematic, conceptual or idea based paper. However, they shall be supported by the secondary data. So in writing a paper, what you can find out is you have to have certain data. It can be a primary data you have collected for the purpose of empirical research or experimental based research, or it can be a secondary data which you have collected for thematic or conceptual paper, or you write down a review and analyze the existing research, maybe by putting it into various compartments, and but then the data which we are using here will be in the form of the review of so much literature over the span of time, over length and breadth of decades. So that will be called as, so data is basically a fuel over here. Then you can also have strategy or model formulation based research papers. You normally a PhD work results into a strategy or model formulation. So what we do is, existing body of knowledge we try to modify by making certain building blocks, etc., and we formulate a model. So those models can be formulated and the data supporting to the model can be analyzed in the form of methodology, data analysis. it can be based on primary or secondary data. You can have theoretical based research paper which are basically based on the secondary data. Policy papers again based on primary or secondary data, and you can also write down case studies based on again primary and secondary data. Now this is the strategy we tell to our students and our fellow colleagues. Now where should you publish? Publishing avenue is the most important avenue because you have done a good work, and that good work should be published, and you should get the credibility of, or you should get the credit of publishing your good work. So if the journal which you are selecting is listed in Scopus, Web of Science, both answers are yes, it's an excellent strategy and you must go for choosing that publication avenue. Now Web of Science index is a very big index which is comprising of SCI, Science Citation Index, SSCI, Social Science Citation Index, so on and so forth. So variety of publication avenues are available in Web of Science, and Scopus is definitely a database which is very popular. If at all the journal which you have identified is not listed in Scopus, but still it is there in the Web of Science, you should go for very good. It's a very good strategy. It's not called as an excellent strategy, and you must go for publication. The other way around, if it is in Scopus and not in Web of Science, then it comes to the next ladder. It's a good strategy. So papers having publications or the journals having publication in Scopus and Web of Science is an excellent strategy. If the papers are not there in Scopus or Web of Science, then it is a worse strategy, and we do not recommend publication over there. Now there are certain publishing houses, and please note that now there are malpractices in the publishing houses. People are making clone journals, etc. That's how we should go for a very reputed publication house. One of the most reputed publication house is the Nature Publishing Group, and if you are a biotechnologist and publish in a Nature Science or Nature Publishing Group paper, you can have big laurels like Nobel laureate kind of thing. The next big publishing house is Elsevier Science. We have other houses like Inform, Springer, Taylor, Francis, Sage, Emerald, Inder Science, IGI Global, and there are many more publishing houses. Approximately there are 40 to 50,000 peer-reviewed journals. So if you choose a reputed publication house, then the publication will be attracting lot of citations, and you will be benefited, and the world will also be benefited from your published literature. So suggesting you to go for Elsevier Science or Taylor Francis or something like that, which is a trustworthy resource. Now, why an academician or even a postgraduate student, a doctoral student should write down? Because the purpose of academics and research is to increase the human store of knowledge. So we may not add a large body of knowledge to the existing field, but if you are adding incremental knowledge to the existing body of knowledge, then definitely the field will grow. That's how many new discoveries, inventions are published. Many times what happens is the papers get published, and once the papers and the body of knowledge becomes a routine body of knowledge, then it comes into the routine textbooks. Your ideas needs to be communicated to your student, colleagues, and scientific community at large, because they will be benefiting to the society, and your thought process will be revamped by constructive criticism. Your scientific documentation reflects your intellectual strength. So no longer these days the institutions are judged by the physical property they are owning, the campus infrastructure, the lab infrastructure, but the intellectual property which you are producing. And one of the easy intellectual property which you can own is in the form of a paper. The next may be patenting, the next may be technology transfer and licensing, etc., etc. So paper comes on the ladder, easy to get basically. You are also required to publish because your academic performance index is based on that, and you get promotions and performance based appraisal based on the number of publications you have. Now, there is a concept. No, we normally are not, these days, the academia is not limited to only teaching, tutoring, and evaluation of the students. In fact, so far nobody has asked me ever, what have you taught? People have asked me one question, what can you do for us? What have you published? Isn't it? And the days will come when the academic institutions will be asking us, how many papers have you published? How many projects have you got for my institution? How many patents you are having on your name? So on and so forth. So this is a very demanding, academia has become a very demanding field nowadays. And the ranking and accreditation of institution is based on intellectual capital. So you must publish. Now, if you, as I have told you in the very beginning, the talk which I am giving you is basically a psychological primer. So there are certain preludes for publishing. So these are certain check boxes. I would suggest you, please check whether you are done really something new and have you done some work which is interesting and worth publishing. So novelty of work is important and your work should be interesting. Have you taken any challenging task in your work? So you have done a project, you have done a thesis, wherein you have taken certain challenging job in academia, and if you have taken a challenging job in academia, the chances of publishing that work is very high. Is the work which you have chosen directly related to current hot topic? Now, if you are working these days, my supervisor used to give one example. We are now talking of cloud computing and parallel computing, and if you are writing a paper on logarithmic table, nobody will accept it. So go for a current hot topic. Now these days the current hot topic is AI, ML. People are applying AI and ML everywhere, especially in the engineering domains. If you are going to the science domains, maybe there are certain topics which you can easily identify. Data analytics is a very common topic nowadays. So current hot topic, climate change is also current hot topic. So if you are working in a current and hot area which is not explored by the authors much, you will have a better chances of publishing the papers. Have you provided solutions to difficult problems? If the answer is yes to all those questions, then you must prepare a manuscript, and that manuscript can be uploaded on a journal server, and it will undergo a peer review process, and subsequently, after incorporating the comments of the peer reviewers, it will be published by the publishing houses. So peer review is something which one has to undergo, and it's a long time consuming process. Though we want our publication to be on a fast track basis, I don't see that there are any fast track publications. Now, one more important job here I would like to tell to you is, if you are a new writer, if you are not ever written in past, it's a daunting task. It's a task which is not easy, because we are accustomed to writing articles. We are not accustomed to writing analytical based article. So one has to have a practice of writing analytical matter, and it's a daunting task, and you have to overcome certain inertia. Also, at the back end of an individual, we have always a fear of not getting a paper accepted. So please remove that negativity. If you have done something new, novel, if you have taken a challenging work, why it should not be accepted? It will be accepted provided the contents are good and the presentation shall also be good. So I would say here, contents are good, presentation is good, the paper is a little analytical, the chances of acceptance are more. The work is good, presentation is bad, it can be improvised. If the work is not good, presentation is also not good, then it is a disaster. One important thing which I would like to tell you is, you should not try any shortcut to the technical content. Now this is where the plagiarism, similarity indexes and all those things come into picture. Because if you are taking somebody else's material and try to publish it, then it will attract the similarity matters, and it is unethical practice which you should not do. So my request to you and my suggestion to you is, you must avoid plagiarism. That means you should not copy and paste somebody else's work. Rather, you can't copy and paste your own work. Only references, etc., can be avoided or can be omitted from the plagiarism check. You should not fabricate the data, you should not falsify the data, and we should not go for any unethical practices before in writing of the papers. Now let us define what do we mean by a successful paper. So these are all the preludes of writing. A successful paper is a paper which is accepted in a technical publication or a scientific publishing house. So paper must be accepted. So it has to have certain level. Also, it is not necessary that it should be accepted. It should be read by people. It should be referred by people, and it should be cited by people. If you have worked in an area which is not novel or which is not current and hot, then the paper will not be cited by others. If you have taken a little back area, then it may not be referred. And if you have written just another paper in the same block, people may not read it. So your paper must be read, your paper must be referred by others, and your paper must be cited by others. And if it is cited by others, then the journal citation will increase. And if the journal citation increases, then their impact increases, their impact factor increases. The moment impact factor increases, the journal house becomes more and more popular, and more good authors are attracted. So it's a vicious cycle. If you write down good, then the journal impact factor rises. If the journal impact factor rises, then good authors are attracted to the journal house, and the cycle continues. So one should attract, or one should basically target a good journal which is having a higher impact factor. It requires that the body of work which you are writing should be new and novel. It should be valuable to the society. You have to also follow the style guideline of the chosen publication house. So I have given you the list of publication houses. Each publication houses and each journal has got its own style guideline. Many times no abstract is 200 words in some journals. Somewhere they ask a long abstract of 1 page, 1.5 page, so on and so forth. You also understand the audience of the journal. I'll cite some examples in the forthcoming slides. You have to understand the audience of the journal. Many times we give a paper to a journal house, and the journal house says it doesn't fit into the scope of the journal. Okay, so identify the scope and the audience which are basically written in the scope of the journal. So target a good journal which is preferably internationally ranked, having a good impact factor. I have given one example here. If you write and publish a paper in a Nature, you are as good as a Nobel laureate if you are publishing in a Nature biotechnology, and if you are a biotechnologist. The unfortunate part of the story is many Indian journals are not making any mark. Especially these days, Institution of Engineers have gone to Springer, one journal, so they are now making a mark, otherwise they were not looked at as a good journal. Then there are certain journals like Sadhana, they are making a good mark. So many Indian societies started their own journals, but they could not make a new mark, because these days you have to approach and you have to reach over to mass population, and Elsevier, etc., are very good at reaching out to potential researchers. So your papers get cited over there, the impact grows, and experience of Indian journals is not much encouraging these days. Now, some of the, I give a talk on this topic at many places, and many times there are new authors. They say, can we not write down for conferences? Yes, you should write down for conferences to begin with, but do not write down for conferences for a long time. To take as an experience, You can write down to begin with for a conference, but going to the journals is something which will attract laurels for you. Many times what happens is we try to contribute a paper in conference proceeding, and subsequently it is accepted by a certain journal house. That can be thought. However, only 10 to 20% of the top papers presented in a conference are attracted or are published by good journals. So my suggestion to you is try to go to the journal directly instead of going through a conference route. Now one has to understand what is the journal basically scope and limitations, and what are they looking forward to. I have given certain example. There is one journal in my area, Energy for Sustainable Development. Now they have written in their scope that they will attract the papers which are based on community field studies of renewable energy. Now if you write down a paper which is based on alpha, beta, gamma, delta integrations, MATLAB, they will not accept it, because they want to attract and publish the papers which are based on community studies of energy. Whereas if you take the example of IEEE, energy management and energy conversion and management, or energy management and conversion, they say they want papers which are long lasting, that is archival, experimental and theoretical papers. So your papers based on MATLAB, Scilab, matrices, all these things will be accepted over there. If you go to the third journal over here, which is energy policy, now they say that we will be publishing papers based on economics and regulatory matters on energy. So though we are talking of energy field, three different journals are having three different prerogatives of publishing papers. So you should know which is the target journal in which your exact work will fall in. And if you target those journals, then the chances of acceptance of papers are very large. In fact, we interact with several editor-in-chiefs many times over here in our university, and they get such a large number of manuscripts, and they are having certain hot topics at the back end, and they publish in those topics only. Your paper may be good, but if it is not there in a current hot topic which they are trying to write down, or they are trying to make a mark in, your papers are likely to be rejected from the chief editor's desk. In fact, on 31st March, we are having a session by one of the chief editor. He's an Indian, Dr. Dwivedi. He's the chief editor of Journal of Information Management, 16 Impact Factor Journal of Elsevier Science. He has got over 46,000 citations. So he is going to share with us. He has shared many times. He is going to share us the secret of shortlisting the papers. And many times he has shared with us that we are looking forward to the papers in a current hot area. Your papers may be good, but they are not of current interest to the society. These papers will be outrightly rejected on the desk. Many times the journal houses and journals specify the word count, word length, how many pages, etc. These days the models of journals are also changing. They say pay for publishing. Many times they say that first 5 pages are free of cost. Later on you will have to pay the cost of publishing. So your manuscript has to be written in a fashion that it meets the requirements of the length of words or length of pages. Many times what happens is journal houses bring special or dedicated issues from time to time. So if you are working in a very niche area which is otherwise not finding a place for normal publishing, then you can publish your papers in a dedicated or special issues which are brought by journal houses from time to time. Now we'll continue prelude for writing or preparation for writing. You have to write down your paper after sufficient amount of original work has been done. So I can cite one example here. I have done a primary pilot survey. If you are there in a social science or management area, if you are there in say chemical engineering area, your reactor setup is ready, your instrumentation is intact, you have tested it, and you have taken few readings. So trial has to be done, few readings should be taken, and rather substantial amount of or sufficient amount of original work is done. You should write down detailed notes before writing a paper. So you have to consolidate the information, references, draft of tables, draft of figures, and then try to fit it into the style guideline of the research publication. Many times what happens is we write down tables which are occupying more than 1 page long length. Now it kills the basic intent of writing a table. So any table which is more than 1 page long is not called as a table, isn't it? Tables are basically those visuals which are consolidating the information at one place. In fact, I have one paper wherein I have written a review of 140 research papers in a half a page table, and nobody can bypass that table. I got money from Elsevier Science way back in 2001. They paid me 20,000 rupees for selling that table to someone else, because it consolidates the data of about 140 papers. So that is the power of writing which I want to tell to you. And how can you learn the art of writing is by reading more and more number of papers. So you have to read in depth on a particular topic for a long span of time, and if you read and attempt writing, your writing will automatically reflect what you have read. And definitely I have said you that do not cut and paste other words, because it is protected by copyright and it is unethical also. So preparation, I have already told you, consolidate the information. That means what are you going to write down in an introduction? Introduction is something wherein I am going to tell what is the importance of my topic. You have to also write down your paper when your energy level is sufficiently high. If you have traveled from a long distance and then you start writing, you will fall asleep. Don't write down. Don't write down when you are too tired. Basic outline of the paper is known to us. Like now we are going to write down introduction, 4 to 5 paragraphs, then literature, then methodology, result discussion, conclusion, future scope, references. These are all known to us. But what are the subheadings inside that? On what aspects are you going to touch in methodology? What kind of results are you going to write down? If you have got a skeleton ready, then you can write down the paper very easily. Many times it happens that we do not have material ready. See, I want to write down about 8 paragraphs on results and discussion, but I do not have sufficient results at hand. That means I can't fill in the material in the results and discussion session. So if I do not have sufficient material, it is better not to attempt writing, rather to generate new data by doing experiment, field study, so on and so forth. You are the first draft as quickly as you can. So if you have got, let us assume that you have got all these material ready, then you should write down your first draft as quickly as you can and keep it aside for the thoughts to flow. Then your next job is to express your thought more precisely. The journal writing or the paper writing is basically an art of writing very cohesively and in a very concise manner. If you just ask me, if I am given a job of writing a thesis, I get a space of 150, 160 pages to write down, wherein I can write down 10 pages introduction, 20 pages literature survey, 35, 40 pages of methodology, 90 pages of result discussion, 10, 15 pages of conclusion, 150 references. However, if the same job is to be written in a paper, I can't write down everything in one paper. But even if I want to break it into small pieces, introduction will be short, 4 to 5 paragraphs. Methodology, literature survey will be also short. Methodology can be 6, 7 paragraphs. Discussion can be 8, 9 paragraphs. In all, about 10 pages, 12 pages can be devoted. So what one has to do is one has to write down very precisely, coherently, concisely in a publication. And when you start writing, don't do much editing to begin with. Now, certain fundamentals of writing. Now, this is also a common misconception. We write down for ourselves. Many times I have seen that no, the students, researchers, fellow colleagues write down literature survey as a diary. Who has said what? Koekar has said this, Thorat has said this, Kakade has said this. No, who has said what is not to be written. What is the issue at hand is to be analyzed, leading to a research gap, then introducing your work, etc. etc. So do not write down for yourself. You're not writing a diary, you are writing for the reader. So write it for the reader rather than writing for yourself. You have to also convince that the problem which you have taken is interesting, difficult to solve, and you have made an attempt to solve it. If you have taken a problem which is very easy to solve, then the journal houses will not be interested in publishing your paper. And why the other authors or readers will read your papers, why the readers will cite your papers, and if the readers don't read and cite your paper, the journal's impact factor will not rise, and definitely the chances of getting your manuscript accepted will be getting dimmed. You have to start with what and why, but you have to give a logical reasoning of each and every statement. So like you have to explain how the algorithm works, why it works in a particular way, and what is novelty in your work. And as I already said, don't write down the diary. Don't write down it as a chronological narrative of the things which you have tried. You are not writing a diary, you are writing in a different way. You are writing for the readers rather than writing for yourself. If you look at slide number 22, can somebody confirm that we are on slide number 22? Okay. A manuscript or a paper is a very structured, highly structured matter. You can't write down an introduction which is pages after pages. No. And even in the introduction, you have to give a clear statement of the problem. You have to write down the paragraphs which are connected logically to each other. You have to also propose solutions. So in your introduction, which is selling point of your paper, you have to propose that there are certain solutions which you are providing through your manuscript. Then only the paper will be worth reading. And you have to give numbered headings. Now this is also many times missed out by us. Any written treatise, any academic writing is also always having headings, subheadings, and you have to give the same material in the form of a table, figure, pie chart, map. So which is a visual best suitable for a particular purpose that has to be chosen by an individual. So if I want to show, say, let us say capitals of various states of India, I give it in a tabulated format. It has got a limited impact. But if I mark it on a map, it makes sense. If I want to show the geographical distribution or share of certain thing, then a pie chart makes sense. So which visual best describes your material, that has to be chosen. In fact, those days, if you are looking at the journal's content direct pages these days, we get a graphical abstract also in the content. So abstract is not given only in the form of basically a written material, but a graphical abstract is also given these days. So if you can represent your matter in a graphical format, and a day will come when you will have to make slides out of your paper. So firstly, you have to write down a running text, and then you will have to convert it into a slide, and you will have to make an audio version of your paper, which is explanation of slide. And all those material will be uploaded on those journal page, and after editing, etc., they may say that no, give a narration of your paper, because these days people are not interested in reading the paper, rather they are interested in visualizing your paper, they are interested in listening to your paper. So the technology of paper writing and paper reading and paper comprehending is going to change. You have to also write down the results which you are achieved and their logical discussion. Many times what way happens is we write down only the results and we don't discuss the results achieved. So why the results are in this fashion? That has to be also explained. On equal scientific merit, a badly written article has got a less chances of getting accepted. Technical content is good, but writing has to be also good. There are writing services which many journal houses are providing to us, but then they are costly services. My suggestion to you as an academician, student, teacher would be that you should be one package. You should know how to do experiment, you should know how to write it, you should know how to do a statistical analysis, you should know how to write down a code for a particular matter. So you should be a package. Nobody else can edit your paper better than you. And the journal houses which are giving editorial services, they are very costly services beyond the control of uh, Indian people basically. If you have got a funded project wherein you have got a large amount of some dedicated for editing purposes, then you can afford it. Otherwise you should have to know the job yourself. Now, key considerations of a technical paper is you have to tell the objective, scope, limitations to the reader very clearly. Now, I can take the reader where I want. The title has to be given towards the end. Firstly, write down the paper, full paper, then write down abstract, then try to baptize it by giving a title. This will give a flexibility to you to take the reader where you want to take him or her. So specify the objective, scope and limitation to begin with, so that the reader will not expect many things or no eureka moment from your paper, because you can't write down eureka moment in one paper. Incremental knowledge can be written in one paper. You have to also tell about some sort of unsuccessful approaches in past and devote the space for your approach. However, if you devote a large amount of space for what others have done, then your paper will be seen as a derivative of others' work, and then the editors or the reviewers may not find out originality in your paper. So you have to write down about unsuccessful approaches, but you have to devote the space for your own approach. Again, certain important job, literature review or literature survey is a very important job. The idea of literature survey is not to write down who has said what. Your literature review has to be so comprehensive that it should compare and contrast others' work, and it should not be written for increasing the length of your paper. Rather, writing a concise literature survey is to be learned as an art basically. And you should not simply describe a paper in a paragraph or 2 3 lines or so. Rather, you should discuss on the issues which have been deliberated in a group of authors. So it should not give an impression that your work which you are putting forth in front of the reader is a derivative of others' work. And if you are writing down only review paper, then you have to say it clearly. Now, why do you write down literature review? That is also important. Literature review is to be written by the author because we acknowledge the stalwarts in a particular area. And I would suggest you to cite the established authors in that chosen area. So there are certain established authors. If you look at, say, control system and fuzzy controls, Professor Kothari, IIT Delhi, retired professor, he has written about 600, 700 papers in a lifetime on fuzzy logic and fuzzy theory and like that. Isn't it? So those who are the best authors in a particular area should be cited. In fact, I would suggest you to know the best authors in your area. And you should also be knowing the best journals in your area. You may get publication in your area in that best journal or not, that is immaterial. But if at all I do a best work in a particular area, what are the avenues, what are the ideal avenues of publishing that you must know? Like now, Nature Biotech is a avenue for biotechnologists. Lancet is a avenue for pharmacists. Maybe for somebody like Operation Research Man, I want to publish in a European Journal of Operation Research. Those who are working in Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma journal is a dedicated journal having large amount of years of legacy. Don't cite old papers unless they are very classical. In fact, only 5% of your references should be old and classical. They should not smell. Now, a standard manuscript. How do you make a standard manuscript? A standard manuscript is written in a title case or a sentence case. In fact, it is in the sentence case in the majority of the journals. It is not in uppercase. Means all capital letters is a wrong way of writing any manuscript, any thesis title, any paper title. Don't use abbreviation in the title. Many times we write down abbreviations in the title. So don't write down abbreviations in the title. The title, even if I want to write down AI, I should say artificial intelligence in the title. Don't say AI. Don't use short forms in the title. The title should be specific and suitable. Now comes the next is, who are the authors? Now, ideally speaking, somebody who has done the work should be the first author. And the professor, the university man who has, wherein the work has been done, is a corresponding author. So let us say one of my PhD student in this university does a work. Since he has done the work, he will be the first author. But I will be the second author and also the corresponding author. And you have to mark the corresponding author. Now, what is the importance of writing corresponding author is, if at all I am a corresponding author in many publications, tomorrow I want to attract a grant on a particular subject, a research project on a particular subject, how many places I am the corresponding author, and am I the corresponding author in a particular specific area of work that is seen by the funding agency. So one should be an established researcher in a particular area to attract a project funding. So corresponding authorship is a very necessary job. Don't write down Professor, Dr., Captain, Mrs. like that. Salutation should not be written in a author's name. You have to write down communication details, email IDs, phone numbers. These days fax numbers have gone away. Now, abstract is basically a synopsis of your paper to be written once the entire paper is written. Now, these days conference organizers have ruined our habit. They say, give your abstract. The meaning of giving your abstract to the conference organizers is, your paper is ready and abstract acts as an expression of interest. But what we do is, we simply send the abstract of 150, 200 words to the journal house and try to make a building over it. And the building may be good, the building may not be good. So abstract should be written towards the end. You have to also give 3 to 5 keywords which can best describe your work. So they cannot be more than 3 to 5. So keywords identification is also a typical job. You can give nomenclature. What do you mean by alpha? Alpha stands for absorptivity, this way, diffusivity, etc., etc. So explain Roman and other symbols if they are in larger number. In fact, in some journals, heat transfer, etc., journals, fluid mechanics journal, they describe the symbols to begin with. That is also a good idea to do the job. Now comes the components of standard manuscript. The best part of your manuscript is introduction. And majority of the papers get rejected by reading the manuscript. So manuscript is a selling point of your paper. It has to tell the introduction of the topic. You have to tell why the topic is important, objective, scope, limitation. You have to be very brief over there. And this is the place where you can take the reader where you want to take him or her. And if at all you are repeating the abstract in the introduction, it is a wastage of space. So abstract is a different story, introduction is a different story. Introduction will introduce your paper to the reader. Then comes the main body of the paper. That is where you will give survey details, you will explain the experimental setup. Some people may give a heading as methods and materials, or materials and methods. Name can be different. You have to explain analytical tools. You have to give figures, tables, equations. You can make sections and subsections in the main body of paper. Rather, I would say this is where you will explain the research methodology part of your work. Then come results and discussion, wherein you will describe the results obtained of your experimentation, field studies, it may be computational study, so on and so forth. And you are not only writing the results, you are explaining their implications. And you have to also explain the limitations of the results obtained. Many times the authors get stuck at the conclusion stage. They say, I have written full paper. So let us say Poegar is writing a paper and Professor Thorat is a guide. What I will say, sir, you write down a conclusion for me. How come you will write down a conclusion for me? I have written a paper, so I am the best author to write down a conclusion for my paper. So conclusion is a time wherein you have to tell the usefulness of your paper. So in conclusion, 75% of the matter will be usefulness of your paper. It's a place where you have to look back what all you have quoted or what all you have cited at the beginning of paper, and have you achieved all those things in that particular 4 pages, 5 pages, 10 pages long paper. And you can give a passing remark on future work. It may be 2-3 lines at the max. If you are giving a very long future scope of work in a paper, the reviewer will say, come on, do your future scope once again, or rather do a part of your future scope and then submit the manuscript back to me once again. So don't write down a too long future scope of work. Then comes the section called as acknowledgements. Now acknowledgement is a section wherein you have to acknowledge the funding agencies. Do not acknowledge individuals. You have to acknowledge funding agencies like DST, CSR, DBT, BIRAC, whatever. World agencies. So funding agencies play a very vital role in getting a funded research. So do that. And if at all there is a very important person in that entity, then a person or maybe 1 or 2 people can be acknowledged if at all they are very important. Otherwise, acknowledgement should be written for funding and granting agencies. Now comes this section of references where many mistakes happen. Now there is a difference between referencing and bibliography. Journal houses do not ask you bibliography. Bibliography means extra readings. Whatever is cited in the body of the text, additional references can also be written. This is called as bibliography. But references means those words which are cited while writing the paper. And whatever is cited is listed and whatever is listed is cited. If there is a 100% match, this is called as referencing. Now, what kind of style of referencing to be adapted? You can adapt this style of referencing as required by the journal house. So if you are writing for say IEEE, they will ask for IEEE style of referencing. If you are writing in law journal, they will ask you Harvard Blue Book style of referencing. Most common style of referencing is the APS style of referencing. Languages, etc., they ask for MLA style of referencing, Master Language Association style of. So you can choose any referencing style, but the referencing style which you are using must be strictly adhered to. It should be consistent. Now, shall we give appendices? Yes, you can give certain flow charts, appendices if they are absolutely necessary. Don't give appendices if they are not necessary. Okay. Now you have to also, while appending the papers on the journal house, you have to call all the figures which are looking like figures as no figures. It may be photograph, it may be chart, it may be line diagram, it may be graphs. All those things which are looking like figures are referred to as figures. So there are 2 types of visuals which we can give, figures and tables. Even if I am giving a map, it can be referred to as a figure only. Normally, the tabulations are to be given with no vertical rules. This is normally the style, but then individual journal house may have a different way of asking you to give a tabulation. Some journal houses ask you author's biography. Now, author's biography means author's research or academic biography is to be given. Otherwise, we give biography where the education has happened, and so that is how we give biography. Biographies are given for different purposes. No, marriage biography is different than academician's biography or researcher's biography. So biography 100 to 150 words can be asked by certain journal houses. So it has to be written in a typical style as by the journal. But then these days I am not seeing any biographical sketch being asked. Now abstract. Let us throw some light on the abstract wherein it's a selling point of a paper, and many times we write down abstract to begin with. It's not correct. Now your abstract has to be very particular because the abstract goes to many databases, and abstract is something which is read before downloading any paper. So your abstract of the paper should give a correct picture of your paper. So be particular while writing the abstract. Abstract is not the introduction of your paper, but abstract is a stand-alone summary of your paper. Now it may be concise of 200 words or so. Some journal houses ask for long abstract of 250 to 450 words. So it all depends upon the particular journal or journal house. You can give some results, some concluding remarks in the abstract. An abstract should be written after writing your full paper. Now many papers get rejected at the introduction stage. It is typically a 4 paragraphs long introduction. First paragraph in the introduction is a catchy sentence wherein we attract the reader's attention and the importance. So catchy sentences. Second and third paragraph tell the background of your work. And final paragraph gives a clear statement of the purpose of your work. So how to use these 4 paragraphs nicely? That also to be chalked out before you make an attempt to write down an introduction. The main body. The main body is meat of your paper. It has to include results, analysis, discussion. The section has got a fixed title, but the content may vary depending upon the type of work you are writing. You should not show calculations over here. This is also common misnomer. I write down x is equal to 2, y is equal to 3, plus x plus y is equal to 2, plus 3 is equal to 5. Don't write down all these things. If you have calculated inverse of matrix, simply say inverse of matrix was calculated, eigenvector is so and so. And many times the reader feel that no, the methodology is not describing all the calculation. It need not. So don't show calculations in the methodology. Rather, you have to give the results after calculation. The calculations will remain at the back end, and the discussions will be given in the results and discussion session. You can also describe your methodology in a concise manner by giving a flow chart. This is also a good thing. Write down hypothesis if your work is in social sciences, and hypothesis, null hypothesis. These techniques can be used for proving or disproving your matter. Then you have to discuss the results by giving tabulations, figures, etc., etc. I have already told you many authors get stuck at the concluding place. It's to sit back and think, to give and to think about or relate your paper to the big picture which you are told in the introduction. Authors should review their original stated purpose, what are the results they have put in the manuscript, and a future scope passing remark can be given. And if at all your work is very long and exhaustive, you can think of giving recommendation. Otherwise, your conclusion should be more analytical in nature. As a it should be based on the research work which you have cited or which you have given in your paper, rather than giving general conclusions. Don't give general conclusions per se. Now, these are certain common bugs which we come across. Many times extensive use of passive voice is done. Many times we write down few sentences in active voice, some sentences in passive voice. We give inconsistent headings. So headings, giving heading, no? Whether are you giving headings in sentence case, title case, all these things matter much, though they are editing remarks, but they have got large amount of importance because that reflects your intellectual strength. Use of nouns instead of verbs is also misnomer. No logical connection between paragraph is also commonly known problem. Many times we start writing the sentence with and. Don't write down any sentence with and. Don't write down sentences beginning with abbreviations. It may be very common abbreviation like RBI. Don't start any sentence with RBI, or don't start any sentence with and. Legal documents are there, no, and whereas. We write down those sentences with and whereas kind of statement. But research paper should not start with the statement starting from and. Don't use SMS language, I would say. Ampersand, greater than sign, plus sign, minus sign, input, output, no, it can be written in a short form. So you have to give a running text in a paper. Don't write down paper in a bulleted text format. And there is no place for writing the paper in a SMS language. No, we can't write down GR and 8, great, or CU, small c, small u in the paper. You have to write down it in a, say, descriptive way, basically. Units are also very important. No, I have given example here. How to write down kilowatt hours. Correct way, wrong way. You can't omit zero even before the decimal point. This is supposed to be a misnomer in the manuscript. You have to also refer to figures and table numbers while writing the text. You have to always refer, as discussed in table number so and so, as described in figure number so and so. So there is a logical connection between the visuals which you are giving in the paper and the visuals and the text which you are writing. You can't use or upload GIF images on any server because GIF images are very bulky images. You can't duplicate the data which is given in table once again in figure, because if you duplicate the data, the length will increase and duplication is to be avoided. So I choose a correct avenue. Either give the information in a form of a table or a figure. Don't give both. Don't cite old and obsolete references. Don't use AL in the referencing list. In fact, all the authors to be listed in the reference list. So if there are 3-4 authors, you can easily write down. But if there are 10-15 authors, then you have to write down first 3 authors' name and others if you are following APA style. And there is one paper which is on Big Bang Theory having more than 5,000 authors. So you can write down first 3 author and others. So don't use AL in the reference list. AL word can be written in the body of the text. Equation editor must be used while making equations, etc. Matrices. So use equation editor. You can, if you are well accustomed to LaTeX, use that. Don't describe unnecessary details which are available in the textbook. This is a big problem with conference paper here. Conference proceeding paper, if you read, they are basically something you will find majority of the places. Anything which is described in the textbook material is given in the conference paper. If you read it thoroughly. So anything which is available in the textbook, just give reference to the textbook, reference book. Don't describe the matter in the paper. Spelling errors are to be avoided. Use spelling check, which is a word feature. You can use Grammarly, whatever. There are many tools which are available nowadays. You have to also define abbreviation to begin with. It may be very common abbreviation like RBI. Define it when it is appearing for the first time. Now, what is the reviewer expecting from you? The reviewer is expecting originality of your thought, work done. Is the work done original? It looks, the reviewer is looking, let us say your paper has passed the reviewer's chief editor desk. Then comes the review process. They look forward to objective of writing, scope limitation, whether your research methodology is up to date or not, have you used correct tools, have you validated the results. In fact, the entire research is aimed at removal of biases. So whether the results are generalizable, whether there are any biases in the research, that is something which is looked at. Correct referencing, correct citation, good artwork, and good English is also important from the reviewer's perspective. Now, this is a laundry list which I get as a reviewer from the journal house. This is from Elsevier. The Elsevier, if I get a paper for review, they ask me to check all these things. Relevance to the scope of the journal, originality, scientific relevance, doubtful or controversial arguments, whether the paper is having any doubtful or controversial arguments, whether the work which is reported is complete, whether there is adequacy of acknowledgement to the past work, that means literature survey has to be exhaustive, whether it is there in the reference list. And then comes the G parameter, which I have explained you in last 20-25 slides. Maybe my headings were different, and more or less similar headings are asked by reviewers in their expectation from the reviewer's report. And if answers to this one are positive, then your paper is accepted for further publication. So what I should say at this moment, each one should generate new body of knowledge and then start writing. So one quote I will say, मंजिल तो मिल ही जाएगी भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. Now I am open for questions to which the audience may throw to me.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Poekar ji, for your excellent session. It was knowledge enriched and very effective. And you explain in such a nice way that I guess the even budding researcher, the students will easily get each and every point. And I'm 100% sure its impact is really next level. And actually, I'm sure for that. And let us now open the house for questions. And we have few questions. One is from Dr. Jaiprakash Yadav. He says, means in starting, abbreviation should be avoided, but in continuation, it can be used. Please confirm.
So what happens is, a sentence should not start from abbreviation. So RBI in his report has said, no, even if RBI is written in the earlier text or defined, one should write down the Reserve Bank of India, or no, start, the sentence should not start from abbreviation.
Yes.
And wherever the abbreviation is appearing for the first time, it should be described.
Yes.
Human Development Index. So normally we tend to write down HDI. No, write down Human Development Index. So at first place it should be defined, and then you can continue. The only thing which I am telling is, don't start any sentence with a abbreviated matter, and don't start any sentence with and. Normally legal documents start with and, whereas, and like that. We are writing a paper, we are not writing a legal document.
Next question. Sir, there is one question from Pradnya Kiran Zamdade. Please highlight on pre-review journals guideline. What is the difference between hypothesis and null hypothesis?
Okay, now this is another topic basically.
No, actually,
it's a total new topic.
Management.
Yeah. One has to hypothesize something.
Yes.
That and a reverse sentence is written, which we call it to be alternative hypothesis or null hypothesis. So my suggestion is, this is not falling here. Maybe a few pages of research methodology book if you read, you'll get the answer to it. So let me tell you, is Poekar's talk making a positive impact on the audience of ITM is a hypothesis. An alternative hypothesis can be written that Poekar's talk is not making any impact. So we have to prove by data whether its talk is making a positive impact or it has not made any impact. So either the original hypothesis is proven like that. This is the way research methodology things are basically addressed. I think to certain extent I have addressed. Maybe Professor Kishore can take it further in his talk if the audience are interested.
Okay, sir. Next question. Next question is from Ajit Nale. Hi, sir. Can you provide little bit more insight on web science?
Web of science.
Web of science and last
okay, so
last
see,
question.
what happens is basically this is also a burning topic. Earlier, anyone can start a journal basically. Your organization can start a journal, my organization or society starts a journal. But then once a journal is having certain process, there are certain parameters under which the journal has to go. So there are no indexing bodies. Scopus is a well-known indexing body, and Web of Science, which is a Thomson Reuters body, which is again one indexing body. So there are certain standards and norms they satisfy for the journal. So once those norms are satisfied, then the particular journal is indexed in a Web of Science. So broadly, the indices which are indexing bodies which are well known to the world nowadays is the Scopus index, which is a bigger database. And then a subset or rather a little difficult database is a Web of Science. There is a Science Citation Index. This is also a body which is indexing certain journals. So the job gets difficult. Now in social sciences, Social Science Citation Index is something which is a terminology which is tasked for indexing. Even in India, UGC has given a UGC care list. So certain journals are there which are satisfying the basic criteria, and those journals are there in the UGC care list. And if we publish the papers in those listed journals, then those papers are counted for submission of thesis, for promotion, increments, etc., etc. So Web of Science is such a worldwide indexing body by Thomson Reuters, and incidentally they have tossed something called as a impact factor as a coin.
Yes, last question we have. Any last question we have? Okay, sir. No questions.
Thank you for
and Professor
seeing
Sanjay,
me, and thank you for giving once again an opportunity. I am always there for helping you out.
I know you.
And
You are
if I
always
can produce authors from your university,
Yes.
your institution,
Yes.
then my thought has got certain meaning.
Yes.
I
No,
think
sure, sir, for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm again once again thanking you. Of course, personal note of thank-giving note will be there on your WhatsApp also. We'll be mailing
My
all
pleasure.
the speaker the appreciation letter and thank-giving letter and certificate also. But it really means a lot, and these sessions was really aspiring for the budding researchers, and even plenty of the faculties also got something new again. And this is your second session with us. Once we had it in during the period of pandemic, and this is the second one. I appreciate, and really thank you very much, sir. I'm looking forward to have many more from you. And our last session speaker is ready with us, beloved Master Dr. S.B. Kishore sir, my PhD guide PhD guide for management from the university. I done my PhD under his guidance. He's awaiting for us. And I again thank you on behalf of Institute of Technology Management, all the participants, sir. And Dr. Satish, it's over to you. And this session is over, as it was nice, and all questions stands answered. So over to you, Satish, to please introduce beloved Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I am very happy to introduce Master Dr. S.B. Kishore. Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, head of the computer department in Sardar Patel Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur, Maharashtra, India. He is an ex-chairman of the Computer Science Board at Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. And also an ex-member of Academic Council from 2016 to 2022. He is a double PhD holder in professional subjects that includes computer science and management. So far, he has been accredited with 5 patents, including Australian patent as well. 14 researchers have awarded a PhD under his guidance, and 6 scholars have been awarded MPhil. He has been a resource person more than 125 times at many national and international conferences, UGC, HRDC, Academic Staff College, PhD coursework, teaching learning centers, etc. He has written 73 books, including 17 international publications, and with re-edition, this figure goes to 124 books. Many of his books are included as a textbook and reference books in various courses and universities. He has published 116 papers in a reputed journal, including Scopus and various national and international conferences, having good citations. Most importantly, to honor his dedication and determination for his work, Dr. Kishore sir has been awarded many awards, including some prestigious ones like the Ideal Teacher Award 2012 and Best Writer Award in 2013 by RTM Nagpur University. The worth to be mentioned, Master, MASTER, Master Award 2023 by IIT Bombay. Recently, re-edition of his 125th book, Research and Publication Ethics, has been released. Congratulations, sir. And it gives me immense pleasure to invite Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir, to speak on research tools and citation techniques. Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Satish, for this introduction of mine. First of all, I'm very much thankful to the ITM management for giving me an opportunity to interact with you all, and special thanks to Dr. S.B. Thorat, sir, who is always there to support and for all the other activities. So with a kind permission, I will start a session.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So in the today's discussion, we are going to discuss about research tool and citation technique, a practical approach. The sir has elaborated a lot just now, so we will just going to extend in a practical manner. So it's a kind request. So we are going to play a small quiz before going to start my session. So kindly open a slido.com on your web browser. It's a kind request to all of you to open a Slido browser. It may be Mozilla, it may be Internet Explorer, it may be Google Chrome, no issue, and type a code 606144. It means on a web browser, you need to type simply a slido.com. You will get a screen something like this, and here you need to type a code 606144. That's all in order to join a quiz. Or otherwise, you can also scan this QR code in order to join this particular quiz. So it's a kind request to all of you to join immediately. I hope that all of you understood. You need to simply scan this QR code in order to join this particular quiz, or simply write a slido.com on a web browser followed by a code 606144. That's all.
All attendees are requested to comply for the needful, please, so that you can hear Master Dr. S.B. Kishore.
Definitely, you will learn a lot.
It's excellent talk on how to use the research tool, which is very useful for the not only the budding researchers, even for those who are aspiring to write good research paper with the tools which are readily available, and hence you are requested to scan it and join us.
Thank you, Vaishali, madam, for joining. Yes, please, quickly, as early as possible.
Once again, I am requesting all the attendees, all the participants of this webinar to scan this QR code to listen Master Dr. S.B. Kishore for his talk.
Welcome, Omkarji. Welcome, Omkarji.
The topic is use of research tool use for writing the research papers, which is very important. Please do comply for the needful. Scan the QR code which is on your screen and join us.
Thank you, Supriya madam.
3 has already joined, so I request the rest.
Thank you, Satish sir. Okay, the code is 606144. Thank you, Vineet. Thank you, Anga. Yes, last minute, please join as early as possible.
स्लाइड उठा के
2 more participants are typing. Okay, that's good. Welcome, Dr. Praveen sir.
Yes, sir.
Swaroop sir. Welcome, Ashwini. Welcome, Pritam sir. Okay, last 30 seconds. Kindly join as early as possible so that we can start our session immediately. Welcome, Sanjivani. 4 participants are typing. That's good. Welcome, Shinde sir. Welcome, Srikant sir. Okay. Welcome, Jaiprakash sir. Welcome, Balaji. Okay, sir. Now we are going to start the session. Now it's a kind request to mute yourself, please.
So may I disturb you for a moment, please?
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, could you please take a 1 minute or two so that we can continue with the YouTube live session? There is a technical glitch.
Okay,
So
okay. No
may
issue,
I
sir. No issue,
request
no
you-
issue, no issue, no issue, no issue, no issue. Welcome, Mr. Animesh. Welcome, Dr. Dhope sir. Welcome, Mukhtar sir. Welcome, Jayendra sir. That's good. Welcome, Pradnya Kiran, Jamdade. Welcome, Singh sir. I hope that glitch problem is over.
No, let us wait, sir, because we
Okay,
can extend our session by 10 to 15 because we are already having ample time.
Okay, sir, no issue.
We have finished all the session in time, so we can extend by 15 minutes.
Okay, sir,
Let's
no
have
issue,
maximum
no issue,
participant.
no issue at all, sir. No
Since,
issue at all.
I know
No issue at all.
you are a good orator, so let others to gain some benefit from your talk.
Thank you, sir.
Please join as early as possible.
Welcome, Ajit. So we have a good cloud now. Welcome, Prachi. Welcome, Mr. Muhammad Ali.
Sir, you may begin, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, sir. So now, dear participants, from now onward, there is a time limit for each and every question depending upon the difficulty level of that particular questions. Okay, so I hope that now all of you are ready. So let's start with a quiz. Just 2 participants are typing, so just wait. Okay. Now join the quiz, and now again remember there is a time limit for each and every questions. The article published in your research journals are called as reference source, secondary source, primary source, or tertiary source. What kind of source it is? Whenever you are publishing any journal, any article in a specific journal, what kind of source it is? Whether it is a reference source, secondary source, primary source, or tertiary source. Okay, time limit is over. So 50% people are saying it's a reference source and 50% people are saying it's a secondary source. The correct answer is what? It's a primary source. Article published in a research journals. Okay, we are not talking about any review paper. We are talking about articles. Okay. The benefits of using the citation and appropriate styles are, what is the benefits of citation and appropriate styles are? In order to avoid the charge of plagiarism, you are providing the hard evidence or expert witness to support your argument. You let your reader know that you are working with an academic tradition or academic traditions or all of the above. For what purpose we are using the citation and appropriate styles? We are going to discuss all this point during our session, so nothing to worry. Okay, 64% people are correct. For all this purpose, we are using what? Citation. So good, there is a change. It's a kind request to organizer to mute. The reference list is arranged in the order in which the resources are cited in your assignment. True, false, or it depends upon the style. The reference list is always arranged in the order in which the resources are cited in your assignment. True or false, or it depends upon the style. In which order the reference list is arranged. 33% people are correct. It depends upon the styles. Okay, in IEEE, we usually follow in the order in which it has been written, while in APA or in MLA, it is according to the order of what? Name. Okay, the author name. So it depends upon the style. Next. Personal communication such as email and telephone calls are not included in the reference list. True or false? Personal communication such as email and telephone calls are not included in the reference list. True or false? Answer is what? It's a false. You can also include the emails and telephone calls in your reference list. How to write that particular clause, I will let you know during our session. So you can also include the emails and the telephone calls as well as letters, all those things. One can have a more reference in the reference list than that of a citation mentioned in the research paper. True or false? It means there are few references while more citation, or there is a few citation and more references. Is it possible? Answer is false. Okay, remember, you can have a more citation and fewer reference list. It means from same reference, from the same sources, you might have took the citation more than 3 or 4 times. That may be possible. Okay, so answer is what? False here in this case. Okay, what abbreviation is used to mention more than 4 authors of a research work to be cited? If there were more than 4 authors, what kind of abbreviation we generally follow? ATAL, ET-all, ETAL, OT-all. If there are more than 4 authors in a research work, what kind of abbreviation we usually follow? %69% people are correct. It's the ETAL. Good. In referencing, what does abbreviation PP stand for? In referencing, what does abbreviation PP stand for? Page, paper, paragraph, or pages? Last 8 seconds. Okay, 38% people are correct. It's a pages. Okay, if there is a single P, it is called as page. We will discuss all these things. Nothing to worry. Good, there is a change in the leaderboard. In accessing the internet, which of the following step is most essential? Recording the URL, that is Uniform Resource Locator, or noting the date that when you are accessing that particular website, or downloading the material to be referenced, or all of the above. Whenever you are accessing the internet, which of the following step is most essential? Good, 79% people are correct. It's all of the above. You need to remember the URL in order to specify what the references. You need to remember the date when you are accessing that particular, and it might be possible that you may download. Okay, the correct answer is what? All of the above. According to you, how many different type of sources that one can include in the thesis and research paper? According to you, how many different type of sources are there that one can include in the thesis or research paper? In between 1 to 5, in between 6 to 15, or greater than 15? Like books in chapter, periodical journals, and so on. So 58% people are correct. It's a greater than 15. We will discuss all these things. Each entry in the bibliography usually provide dash to information. Each entry, okay, multiple access point, single access point, double access point, or all of the above. Each entry in the bibliography. Okay, 21% people are correct. It's a single access point. Okay, a single entry will refer to only a single source. Single entry in the bibliography will refer to only single source. Okay, so remember, it's a single access point. Probably last 2 or 3 questions. You change a few words in a passage and replace them with your own word, and for that reason, you need not cite. Okay, you change a few words in a passage and replace them with your own word, and for that reason, you need not cite. True or false? 63% correct. It's a false. You need to cite. Please remember, whenever you are making any kind of minor changes in the original content of someone else author, you need to cite it. What is the missing from this annotated bibliography entry? One reference has been given there, and you need to identify what is missing. The title of the book, or the annotation, the publisher, or the author name and year. What is missing? A reference list has been given there. I hope that you are aware about the terminology called as annotated bibliography. Of course, I'm going to discuss this during our session, and this is very much new terminologies. 7% people are correct. The annotation itself is missing. So what is annotation? Annotation is nothing but the summary of that particular sources that you have used in your thesis or in your research paper. Okay, so you need to write the summary of that entire reference. That is what called annotation. Of course, we are going to discuss in depth during our session. Which of the following example does not display the academic integrity? There were 4 lines have been took from certain books or certain sources. So you need to identify which one of them is not following the academic integrity. Okay, if you observe carefully, except the first one, the last 3 have what? A citation, except the first one. So first one is what? Does not come under the academic integrity, because we have taken it from what? Certain sources. So it is what? Wrong, and we have not mentioned the citation for that purpose. Hiding a data result information by using inappropriate scale, magnification, and representation in chart, graphs, and other forms of representation is considered as academic honesty. Is considered as academic honesty. Hiding a data, true or false? So 56% people are correct. It's a false, because whenever you are doing some academic honesty, you can't hide any kind of data. You can't manipulate any kind of charts or graph while doing a work. Okay, so it is not come under the academic honesty. Okay, so that's the end of the quiz. So congratulations to one and all. Now, 2 questions in front of you. Have you ever used any tool for generating the citation and bibliography? Yes. Have you ever used any tool for generating the citation and bibliography? And tool for maintaining the review of literature? That's good. 50-50 almost, somewhat. Okay, 50% people knows some of the tools. So it might be possible that they are aware about the Zotero and mainly something like that. Let us hope so. Next question. Do you know how to download a Creative Commons material, especially the picture from the internet, and checking the plagiarism? Creative Commons materials comes under the OER, called as Open Education Resources, and one can use those material freely without worrying about the copyright, So again, the answer is somewhat 50-50, looks like 50-50. That's a good sign. Okay. So now we are going to start our session. Thank you, one and all. Okay, there is the changing. Okay, no issue. So almost 60-40. So let us start. What is research? There are more than hundreds of definitions are there. Okay. So being a teacher of computer science, my definition is very simple. It is what? Simply input, process, and output. Okay. It is simply a what? Input. It means research is what? Simply a collections of input. This input may be a primary data, it may be a secondary data, it may be a qualitative data, or it may be quantitative, and it is mostly a what? Review of literature. It means from this you are collecting what? A basic data for your research work. Once you have collected this data, the next step is what? Processing. Okay, you are processing those data in order to get what? Certain output. The processing, it depends upon your research work of certain topic, discipline, and subject domain. If it is science oriented, it might be possible that you are doing certain practical. If it is somewhat, if it is management, it might be possible that it may be a survey based or something like that. So the process is depend upon the kind of subject and discipline that you are following, and ultimate goal is what? To generate a certain output. Now, this process may be based on what? If it is type, depending upon the types of data. If it is quantitative data, you may follow statistical analysis. If it is experiment, you may follow a different kinds of experiment method that has been mentioned in the science. Okay. So ultimate goal is what? To produce a new and relevant information. It means we don't want simply output. We want something new, which is not exist at all. Okay. So we want to generate a certain new and relevant information that is useful to the society. Okay. So it means the overall purpose of any research is what? To generate a new concept which is simple to accept, and it should provide a certain better alternative over a previous one. Observe this smartwatch. It contains the various features. This is what? This is nothing but the novelties. Okay. So such kind of novelty should be there in your research. Now, after completion of your experimental analysis, the most important part is what? Report writing. So when you are talking about report writing, okay, it may be a thesis, or it may be dissertation, or you are simply converting your research work in the form of certain academic book, or simply writing a research paper. Okay. Any one of these things is possible after completion of your what? Thesis or your work, practical work. While doing a research work, it means during the stages of collection of data or analysis or experiment, or while writing a work, it is necessary that you must follow the academic integrity and ethics. Okay, this is a must whenever you are doing your research. Otherwise, what is going to be happen? You may face such kind of problems later on in your career. Okay, IIT teacher has been charged with the plagiarism. Okay, one of the principal has been debarred. Okay, not only the principal, but VCs also. So you may find such kind of hundreds of cases on the website. Okay, so it means it is necessary that you must follow the academic integrity while doing your research work. Otherwise, you may face such kind of problem later on at any stage of your life. It is not necessary at the beginning only. So now, what are the important parts of research report writing? So of course, many of you have written a research paper. It might be possible that, and you most of the times you observe that there is the title, abstract, keyword, introduction, and other. But apart from this, while writing your thesis, you may come across the following important points. Okay, it might be possible that you need to insert certain figures or pictures under the OER. Right now, what kind of method you are following? You are simply downloading the images or figures from the net without worrying about the copyright issue. So how to overcome this problem? Okay, that is what we are going to discuss during our practical session. And generating this list of tables or figure or equations or chart like this. Okay, these are very much important while writing your thesis or while writing a books. And finally, we will discuss about creation of citation and generating the reference list automatically using a tool. So now it's the time to do a practical session. We are going to discuss two important points. Okay, first one is how to download the images for your work, and second one is how to generate the list of tables automatically. So for that purpose, here we need a certain text. So for that purpose, what I am going to do, I am going to use a function called as random, R-A-N-D, followed by, I need only 3 paragraphs. So I have specified 3 within a parameter and then press enter key. So it will automatically generate the 3 paragraphs. Let me revise this part once again. Equal sign followed by R-A-N-D. If you need a 5 paragraph, you need to specify 5 in a parameter. Okay, in this way, you will be able to generate the n number of paragraph for your certain works. So once again, I require only 3. Now here, assume that I need to have one picture over here. So what I can do, insert. Now under the insert tab, you have a 2 options. One is picture and second one is what? Online picture. Picture and online picture. What is the basic difference? Picture means those pictures which you have already downloaded, or it is in your local computer, or it is in your local storage media or hard. Okay, so in that case, you are going to use picture, and second one is what? Online picture. So I am clicking on the online picture. Now select the picture. So here you may find the n number of categories has been given. So if you need a certain else, I can also specify here, say college building. Now observe that it has been clearly mentioned Creative Commons only. It means all these pictures come under the Creative Commons only. It means it comes under the OER, under the concept called as Open Education Resource. And you can use this kind of images without worrying about the copyright. So simply select the image and now click on the insert button. Observe that it has been given a CC. Okay, Creative Commons has been already mentioned over here, so you don't need to do any other thing. Now what I am doing, I am simply resizing this. Okay, similarly, I am going to insert one more picture over here. Now this time from the local computer. Okay, so I have selected picture option. Suppose this is one book. Now, so I have 2 pictures over here. Now, I need to give what caption to these images. I want to give a caption for these images. So what is the solution? Usually what we used to do is that we used to write like this manually, figure 1 and then say college building. This is what usual practice that we follow. Here also the same thing, figure 2 and then say book, RPE. This is what a usual method that we are following while giving a caption. Don't follow such kind of techniques. I am saying don't follow such kind of techniques. The reason is very simple. Now assume that you have 50 images in your entire work. And now at the beginning, if you want to insert one image, then what you need to do? You need to rearrange all the numbers. And it is very cumbersome job. Okay. So what is the solution? You can follow a tool for this particular work. Now, how to do it? It is a very simple. Observe that you have one reference tab. Okay. Now select here insert caption. So by default, if it is giving what? A figure. So you have a label figure. If you want to create a new label, you can also create. See, the existing labels are what? Equation, figure, image. Okay, something like that. So I am going to create a new label, say ITM. Okay, and now give the name, say caption, that is say college building. Okay, now here again the same method that I'm going to follow, same insert caption again, the number has been placed automatically, RPE book. Okay, that's good. Now, at the end, what you need to do? At the end, after inserting the caption like this way, at the end, we want to generate the list of figures automatically. So how it can possible? Simply by clicking on insert table of figures. At the end, simply clicking on the insert table of figures and select all the default values and simply press OK button. It has created what? The list of tables for you. It has created a list of tables for you. So you can also give a caption, list of figures. Now, what is the advantage? Now, assume that your guide has asked you to insert one more image. Okay, over here or at the beginning, no issue. Say at the beginning only. Insert once again one online pictures. Now say I'm going to use Apple. I would like to have one picture of Apple over here. Simply click on over here. Resize the image. Okay, and now give a caption. Again, remember, don't do it manually. Select the reference tab and then insert caption. Observe that it is showing a number 1 automatically over here and then Apple. The moment I'm clicking over here, see what is happening. This number has been renumbered automatically, 2 and 3. At the end, what you need to do? You need to update this table, list of figures. How to do it? Simply select it and now click on the update table. Update entire table and observe. Now, what is the advantage of this creation of list of table? Now, assume that over a period of time, you have moved this paragraph to the next page by pressing say Control Enter. So now it is on page number 2. Similarly, you have moved this content to somewhere else. So at the end, what you need to do? Again, you need to update this list of figure table. Select and now update the table and observe. The page number has been automatically.
Wow.
And if you want to jump to the directly to the figure number 3, what you need to do? It has created the hyperlink. So simply hold the control button and click. So it will take the cursor automatically to on a particular what? The image. So that is what the basic advantage of what? Creating a what? A list of tables and inserting the images under Creative Commons mode only. I hope that all of you understood this particular part.
Yes,
If any
sir.
of you have a doubt, kindly
No,
ask me
no.
here.
Thank you.
If any one of you have a doubt over here, you can ask me. Otherwise, I will continue with the next part. No doubt. Okay. Thank you, Satish sir. Okay, no doubt. Good. Continue. Now moving to our second part. Is this a plagiarism? Simply refer it. You are writing a manuscript for a publication that is based upon your own previous research. It means you have published one of the paper somewhere in some conference and journal. Now you are writing a new paper and you are going to include some of the parts of your earlier published work in current paper, whether it is legal or illegal. And what it is called? It is called as a self-plagiarism. It is not possible to include any content of your own previous work which has been published, because the reason is very simple. During every conference, usually they mention that a new paper. What is the meaning of this new content or new topic? जो work already public domain में आ चुका है, that cannot be a new. The work that has been already in a public domain, that can't be a new one. Okay, so you can't include any one of the part that has been already published in your new paper unless you cite it. Okay, and that citation is called as what now? Self citation. That citation is called now self citation. Now, when you need to cite, of course, you need to cite whenever you are copying as it is some of the content, or if you are simply summarizing or paraphrasing someone else's work, you need to cite. You are using certain statistical information of someone, you need to cite. If you are copying certain chart, graph or diagram of someone else, you need to cite. Okay, during certain interpretation, result of someone else, anything that you are copying of someone else, you need to cite. That is what a simple meaning. Okay. Now question arises how to cite and how to avoid the plagiarism. Okay, that is what a topic of our today's discussion. So before going to start, what is bibliography and why we are writing a bibliography? Because you have written a paper, you have referred certain sources, question arises why you should write a bibliography. You have referred the sources, okay, and you have written a paper. So question arises why you should write a bibliography. It is only for others who are referring your paper. They should know the kind of quality of book or sources that you have followed while doing your research work, and for that purpose it is necessary that you should mention a bibliography at the end. Okay, so it may be thesis book, or it may be report, or it may be during a presentation. If you are giving a certain presentation, you should also specify what bibliography if you have copied certain contents. Okay, so citation means what? Basically it is nothing but simply acknowledging the author work, and it comes under the academic integrity. Okay, acknowledgement means what exactly? How you are going to acknowledge and why it is necessary. It provides a detailed source of content, a full title, author name, place, and date of publication. So whenever you are saying citation means what? You need to specify all those things. And what is the important? It improves the citation of someone else's work. Assume that you have published one of the paper, okay, and someone is referring your paper, simply not referring, but he has also copied certain information of your work in his work, then it comes under the citation. Simply referring does not come under the citation. Please remember, unless someone is copying certain information from your work or paraphrasing your work and mentioning it in his paper, then only that citation will be counted to that particular author. Okay. Now, reference shows the kind of hard and quality work. Okay, we already discussed. To protect yourself from the plagiarism. Okay, recently it is necessary that in order to avoid the plagiarism, it is necessary that you must specify the citation and the reference list. Okay. Now, question arises, while doing a research paper, you might have copied the n number of sources from a different location, different website, and you are simply doing what? You are downloading it in a specific folder. So question arises how to organize all these things. So there are certain tools for that purpose we will discuss. Now, MS Word is one of the tools that will help you to generate the citation and bibliography. Now, why I have selected this MS Word? Because everyone is knows about the MS Word and they are very much familiar with this tool. That's why I'm explaining this MS Word tool in this session. Okay. Otherwise, there are a number of tools are also available, like Zotero is there, Mendeley, EndNote. Now, what is the basic difference between reference and bibliography? Whether they are one and same? So, answer is no, they are different. Okay. References means simply copying someone else's work and putting those references in your paper. There comes under the reference. Bibliography means what? You are referred certain books, but you are not copied certain information from that particular source while writing your work. It means we can also call bibliography is what? Simply additional references, but which are not copied. In foreign countries, usually they call it as a work cited rather than following a word reference list. Okay, we usually follow a word called terminology reference list, while in foreign university they usually call it a work cited. Okay, so we can also call reference is what? It is simply a subset of bibliography. Reference is simply a subset of bibliography. Okay, bibliography contains all the references plus certain additional references. Apart from that, there is one more terminology called as annotated bibliography. So annotated bibliography means what? It not only the credit the author of sources, but also summarize and analyze the purpose of that particular content. While doing or while writing a research paper, you might have referred n number of sources. You might have referred the n number of papers or books. So important of that particular paper, you know it very well. Being a peer reviewer, I don't know what is there in that particular research paper unless someone has mentioned the summarize or someone has summarized that particular paper. And for that purpose, UGC is going to make it mandatory to have the annotated bibliography in your thesis, not in your research paper, in your thesis. So how it looks? It looks very simple. It means your references followed by a summary. You need to mention what? Reference followed by a summary in your references. It means at the end, reference followed by the summary, 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 like that way. Okay, for each and every reference that you are going to mention in your reference, you need to summarize what is the importance of that particular paper or that particular sources. So it is necessary that you should mention that part. Okay, remember UGC going to make it mandatory only for the research paper. Please, research thesis, sorry, not research paper, for thesis. And this usually the summary is in between around 150 words. Now question arises, how many references should be there in your research paper or in your thesis? May I know any one of you? You can also mention in your chat box. How many references should be there in your thesis? Please, in your chat box. How many references should be there? Rabina madam is asking the difference between bibliography and reference. I hope that now she understood it. Yes, how many references should be there in general? In general. 100, 50, 250, how many? Of course, there is no limit that how many you can have, but I'm asking in general. No doubt it depends upon the subject to subject, but in general, how many references should be there? Okay, no one is answering, no issue. So, there were only 2 references in when John P. Nash has submitted his a thesis or dissertation for the PhD award. Out of that 2 references, one is a self paper, and the second one is of great John von Neumann, whom we are calling a modern father of computer, who have derived the concept of storage concept. Okay, so John P. Nash, who has done on a topic called as non-cooperative games in mathematics subject under the guidance of Albert. Okay, there were only 2 references, and for that work, he got a Nobel Prize. There are only 2 references. Please remember, dear friends, there are only 2 references. So what is my opinion? If you ask me personally, I always suggest there should be minimum references whenever you are writing your work. There should be minimum references. Okay, reason is very simple. Assume that if you have mentioned, say, 200 references in your thesis, 200 references or 100 references, and assuming from each references you have to almost say 8 to 9 lines or 10 lines. So 100 into 10 lines, it means 1000 lines. So almost 30 pages is what? It is simply copy paste material. Almost 30 to 40 pages are what? They are nothing but simply copy paste material. So avoid it. Now, what kind of reference style one should follow? So there are a number of styles are there: APA, MLA, IEEE, ISO, Chicago, and so on. Okay, and this is what? These are the styles. Please remember, there are more than 10,000 styles are there. More than 10,000 styles are there, depending upon the subject discipline that you are following. And in each style, there is a different format. In each style, there is a different format depending upon the sources that you are following. Usually, the format contains what? The name of the author, date of publication, okay, URL, date of accessing. These are the some of the what information usually that you specify. So this is what a format. In which format you should specify, whether one should mention the author name first at the beginning, or one should mention the title at the beginning, and so on. So we are calling it what? A format. So this format, it depends upon what? The sources that you are following. And one of the reasons for plagiarism is cross-reference style. So it might be possible that you are working in a APA style, and while downloading certain information, you have copied the information, including the format and style, in MLA format. So it means there is a 2 different styles are you are following in your work. So that is one of the reasons for what? A plagiarism. Make sure there is a uniformity throughout your thesis, a kind of style that you are following. So based on your faculty and subject, you need to follow what? Your style. For example, APA is usually followed by the social science student or behavioral science student, political science student. Usually they follow what? APA. The language student usually follow what? MLF. That may be Hindi, Marathi, or Sanskrit. Usually they follow what? MLA. IEEE usually followed by the electronics and technical field student usually follow what? IEEE. And like earlier said, that there are more than 10,000 styles are there. So every day some new styles are coming. So nowadays, I'm saying nowadays, computer science students should follow what? ACM format. Chicago and Turbian is usually followed by the commerce and business management student. And again, if you observe carefully, Harvard for social science student, APA social science student. Okay, because we are updating every day. Nowadays, a social science student should follow Harvard rather than APA. Okay, so now very few universities suggest kind of a style that you need to follow. Please remember, very few universities, very countable universities suggest the kind of style that you need to follow. For example, one of the example is what? Mahatma Central Gandhi University, which is suggesting what MLA style should be followed by the candidates. Now, what are the different type of sources are there? So there are a number of sources, like I already told, more than 15. Book section, journal articles, article in periodical, conference proceeding, report, website, document from website, electronic sources, art, sound recording, performance, film, interview, and so on. It might be possible that you got a certain ideas after watching a movies. It might be possible that you got an ideas after having certain interviews, hearing the certain interviews of someone else. You got an certain ideas. Okay, ultimately, what is the basic purpose of sources? From where you got that particular idea. Okay, so that is important. Now, under IEEE, if you observe carefully, if your source is book, in that case, you need to specify, you need to write like this. If your source is chapter in book, you need to write like this. PP, pages from 55 to 70. What is the meaning of chapter in book? In a particular book, there are a number of authors has written their papers. Okay, so that is what under the chapter in book. Then if it is e-book, you need to write like this, e-book here. Journal in article, you need to write like this. If it is journal database, you need to write like this. Now question arises, is it possible to remember where to put the comma, where to put the full stop, where to give the quotation? It is impossible to remember all these things, especially manually, because we have a n number of sources now. Earlier, we used to have only one source, that is what book. But now we have a n number of sources. So it is very much difficult to remember the what? The format of all of them. Even by mistake, if you have forget to specify the full stop or comma, you know well, being a student of computer, you may get what? The errors. Okay. And that is also, sometimes it might be possible that you might have heard कि भाई मेरा references में भी क्या आ रहा है? Plagiarism दिखा रहा है. That is the one of the reason. Please remember. It means your format, you are not specified the format properly. So these are not only the sources. If it is conference papers, you need to specify like this. If it is conference proceeding, in that case, if it is newspaper, from newspaper you got an idea, in that case you need to write like this. If it is technical report, then patent, standard, thesis, dissertation. Okay. If it is email, you need to write like this. From email from whom? Okay. On which date? If it is interview, you need to write like this, and so on. If it is letter, if it is telephone call also is what? It is also one of the source. So you need to specify like this. So question arises, do you think it's possible to remember all this format? Of course not, because we have a n number of sources are there. Earlier we used to have only one source, that is the book, but now we have a n number of sources. So it is very much impossible to remember the format of each and every sources. So question arises, how to resolve this particular problem? So we have a various tools like BibMe, EasyBib, Zotero, Mendeley, Paperpile, and we are going to use here MS Word. Whatever the thing that now I'm going to explain in the practical session, you must have minimum, your version should be what? MS Word 2007 and onward. Okay, and it is very much easy to generate the citation and reference list using the MS Word. Now, how to do it? So that is what we are going to do during the practical session. So I am removing all these things. Again, I am generating a random function, some certain sample text. So we have a 3 paragraph. Now assume I took this information from one of the source as it is. Okay. Now how to give the citation for this purpose? So again, under the reference, if you observe carefully, there is an option called as insert citation under the reference tab in MS Word. There is an option called as insert citation. So simply click over here and now add new source. Add new source. So what kind of source it is? So select if it is book, okay, if it is book section, if it is journal article, report, and so on. Okay, there are a number of options has been given over here. So select whatever the option, whatever source it is. Who is the author? Say title of the book. Okay, the year of publication, say 2014. From which city it has been published? Say Nagpur. Who is the publisher? Say Dasganu. Okay, the edition, the second edition. Okay, apart from this, you can also specify other fields. Okay, simply click over here, show additional fields, and you can specify the editor, volume, number of pages in that particular book, and so on. Okay, these are some of the other information that you can also specify. Right now, I'm keeping all those things blank. I'm simply pressing OK button. So observe that it has created what? A citation. This is nothing but the citation. In which format it is? It is in Harvard right now. We can change it. I will let you know within a moment how to change it. Now again, now assume you have took this particular content from some of the sources. Now assume that source is what? A movie. It's a film. Okay. The title of the movie, say Lagan. Production company, suppose ABC. Who is the director? Ashutosh. Okay. The country region, you can also specify, say India. Year of movie when it has been released, say 2010. Again, you can add additional field if you required. I'm keeping all those things blank. Again, pressing OK button. So observe that this is what your citation. Similarly, you are going to continue this fashion for all the sources which have been copied by you. Okay. It might be possible that again, this information you have copied from the same source, So what you can do? Insert citation, simply click the citation. And continue this process for all your copy paste material, At the end, simply click on the bibliography. Okay. So what kind of caption you want, whether you want a caption bibliography or whether you want a caption reference or whether you want a caption work cited. So we would like to have a reference. Okay. So simply click on the reference. That's all. And your reference list is ready. In which order? It is in alphabetical order. Okay. Later on, assume that you want to change your style. So it is very simple. From Harvard to IEEE. Okay. It is in which order? The reference is in which order? It is the order in which you have cited it. So you can convert from one style to another style very easily. In MLA, we are not specifying the year. In MLA format, we used to not specify the year. So it is very simple. Okay. It is in ISO. We used to specify the comma. In MLA, okay, without year. In APA, with year, and so on. So remember, dear friends, we have what various styles are available, and it is very difficult to remember the format that you need to follow. Now we will do one thing. We will copy certain information from certain website. Okay, and we will check. Assume that I'm copying. Suppose I would like to refer certain information about. I'm looking for the information about, say, what is plagiarism. I'm looking for an information. What is plagiarism? Assume that I have visited particular this website. Okay, and I have copied this information. Let us say this part. Now I would like to give the citation for this. Okay, So what are the things that you required? There are various things that you required. Who is the author of this particular article? Who has wrote this article? Usually it is specified at the bottom. Let's check whether anything has been given. No, the author name is not given. The date is not given. Only the production company name is given here. Okay, that's all. And apart from that, there is no other information is available right now. So simply copy this URL. And now reference, insert citation, again add new source. What kind of source it is? Document from the website. A document from the website. Who is the author? We don't know. Name of the web page. I will first of all copy URL. Name of web page, Yale. Okay, name of website, again it is same. No information has been given about the year, month, day. Okay, so I will keep it blank. Apart from that, observe that there are other fields. So click over here. Now here there is an option called as in which year you have access. So today we have access this particular website, month, 3 and the date. Okay, simply click on OK button. Okay, and now finally again you need to update this part, update the citation. Observe that everything has been given here. ND means what? Not defined. The date has been not defined over here, and the date when it has been retrieved, URL, everything has been given here. You don't need to remember where to give the commas and all other things. Okay, this particular tool will keep the information about format of that. So it is very much simple to follow. I hope that all of you understood this particular part. Anything to repeat? Please let me know. If it is clear, I will move further. What style you should use? Okay, there is a question from Saraswati. What kind of question? What kind of style you should follow for research paper and research thesis? Both should be the same depending upon the subject. Okay, based on your subject, if it is a say language, then you should follow the MLA. Okay, the format should be the same for the research paper as well as for the research thesis. Okay, now. So I hope that now there is no more doubt. Now we'll move to our last part, last 10 minutes, not more than that. Okay, the internet has given you a lot of freedom, and is one of the tools through which you are able to find out the various sources for yourself, copying and pasting and all other things. But at the same time, we have a tool which help us to check the plagiarism work. Okay, so tools के advantages भी है और दूसरी तरफ हमारे क्या है, pros and cons are always there. So we have a various tools are available for plagiarism checking. Okay, so these are the some of the tools. I can say that these are the somewhat free software tools. These are the free software tools through which we are able to check the plagiarism work. Please remember, you can also purchase, you can also get in paid version for this one also. Okay, but right now you can check almost 7 to 8 pages of your research paper using this tool. All of them are a free version. And when we are talking about free, of course, there is a certain limitation for those. Okay. Now, my suggestion for all of you is that don't ever use a Urkun software yourself because it is reserved for the university. So don't ever check or don't ever verify the plagiarism report using the Urkun software yourself. You can use any other tool except the Urkund because it is reserved for the university. Why not Urkund? Because whenever you are checking your content using the Urkund, the content will become in a public domain. Your content will become in a public domain. And once your content in a public domain, you know very well what is going to be happen. When you are going to submit your thesis in university for the checking, it will show you the result 100% plagiarism. So don't ever use yourself a Urkun software for checking the plagiarism of your work. Okay. So now question arises, why we have so many tools? Like we have an English dictionary, you might have seen a n number of different dictionaries related to the English. So what is the difference? Database, the number of words that it have. Similarly, all these plagiarism software have what? Their own database, and it is able to check only within that particular database only. In free version, please remember, in free version, these tools are not going to take a Scopus journals or IEEE journals paper. Okay, in free version, they are not taking it. Of course, you need to check it using the what? A paid version only. So now we will discuss how to avoid the plagiarism. Okay, how to check the plagiarism. First of all, we will see practically. So like I earlier told you that there are a number of tools are available. Let's write plagiarism checker. So observe that there are tools like it is showing you plagiarism checker by small SU tools, then tool, small SEO tools, duplicate checker, Grammarly. Using Grammarly, you are also able to check. Then there is an option called as searchenginereport.net. Okay, 100% free, check plagiarism. So I'm going to use this 100% free, check plagiarism online. So what I'm going to do is that I will copy and paste the material. I will generate random function again, the paragraph. I'm taking only few paragraphs because it will take a lot of time in order to take the entire plagiarism. Since it's a free paid, it's a free version, you may find a number of what you can say that advertise over here. So simply paste your content within this box, or if it is already in document file, you can also upload the file, document file, PDF file, no issue. You can also from Dropbox, you can also upload it, or if it is already in your Google Drive, you can also specify the URL. Okay, no problem. I will discuss about this exclude URL within a moment. Now click on I am not a robot. Click on I am not a robot. It's a simply a captcha. And now click on check plagiarism. What we have done, we have simply copied and pasted, nothing else. Let's wait. It will take a certain time. Okay, observed. It is showing you the results. First sentence plagiarized, second sentence plagiarized, third sentence plagiarized. The software checks using sentence wise. Okay, so it will show you the almost 100% plagiarism work. Though we have only 3 paragraphs, it will take a lot of time. Okay, so it is showing the result what 100% plagiarism, and unique content is what 0. You can also download the report and you can share this particular report. Now what I am going to do, I am going to change a certain sentence. Observe that what is the first sentence? A video provides a powerful way to help you to prove your point. Video provides a powerful way to help to prove your point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this sentence. It means now I'm writing like this way. There are n number of ways to prove your point during discussion, and one of the way is video. Okay. Now let's try once again a plagiarism. Again, click on I am not a robot and click on check plagiarism. It will take a time. Now observe that first line is what? First sentence is it is showing unique. Second one is plagiarized. Rest of the things will remain the plagiarized. Okay. So 89% is what? Plagiarized, and unique content is what? 11. So it means what you need to do, always make sure that you are writing your content in your own word. That is the most important point. Always write in your own word. Being a teacher, almost all of you are teacher. So whenever you are giving a certain assignment to your student in a class, do you think that there will be the common between the two student contents in a class? If you are giving a certain assignment, so do you think that there is a unique content or duplicate contents? Of course, there is what? Always entirely the unique content will be there. It means every person have their own way of specifying the content. So you should always follow what? Your own way of writing your content. Now question arises, if I am not that much of capable in writing my text in English, so what I can do? So we have a certain paraphrase tool. We have a certain paraphrase tool, and one of the tool is called Quidbolt. Please remember, I'm not going to suggest all those things for you, but you must have the knowledge about all these things. So simply copy and paste. and copy these contents in a paraphrasing tool. Again, it's a free, and you have only two options, standard and fluency, in what? A free version. And if you are going to paid version, you may have a number of options. Now paraphrase it. Now question arises, what is the meaning of plagiarism and how this tool detect the plagiarism? Whenever up to continuous 7 words, there is no issue. The moment the eighth word is matched with the original source, if the eighth word of your content match with the original source, that will be considered as a plagiarism. Up to 7 words, there is no issue at all. But the moment the eighth word is matched with your original content, it will be considered as plagiarism. And what all this software do, they simply rephrase everything. Okay, now copy this part, copy, and once again try for plagiarism, paste. Again, click on check I am not a robot and check plagiarism. So it might be possible that you may get the content. It might be possible because everything has been now paraphrased. Okay, first sentence unique, second is content unique, third is unique, almost all. So now let's check the statistic, what it is showing you. It is checking. Okay, now see, observe, the entire content is what? It's a unique and there is a 0% plagiarism. You can download this report and you can share it. Okay, so in this way, so my suggestion is what? Always use your own words. Okay, now we will discuss last option. What is the meaning of exclude URL? It might be possible that you have published one of the paper in one of the conference, okay, and which has been in a public domain. The content is in public domain. Okay, now when you are submitting your thesis in university, so it might be possible that you may get the plagiarism, because it might be possible that some of the content that you have written in paper, you have written same as it is in your thesis. You have quoted as it is in your thesis. In that case, this exclude URL will help. So it will suggest wherever your paper has been published, specify the URL of that. Wherever your paper has been published, okay, specify the URL of that. So what this tool will do, this tool will exclude this particular what URL and will check in other URL. Okay, so in free version you can specify up to maximum 5 URL, but there is no limit again in paid version. जहां पे भी आपके पहले पेपर पब्लिश हुए उसका यूआरएल आपको खाली यहाँ पे स्पेसिफाई करना है, दैट्स ऑल, नथिंग एल्स. ओके, so in this way you will be able to check what a plagiarism of your work. So now what is my suggestion for all of you? Maintain the uniformity in your citation style. Okay, if it is APA throughout the work, it should be APA. If you are a science student, it should be IEEE. If you are a depending upon your subject and discipline, follow the citation style. Okay, अगर आपके गाइड ने या फिर आपके यूनिवर्सिटी ने अगर आपको नहीं बताया होगा, तो you can follow this particular table. I am going to share the PPT of my, okay, with the organizer, so they will share with you. Okay, so maintain the uniformity of your citation style. Use your own word always. Be careful with online sources, specifically because it might be possible that there is no creditability of the any website. So you need to check, you need to cross check the content that has been specified in a particular website is correct or not. Okay, so from multiple sources you can check it and use a plagiarism checker tools for your work. So in order, proper citation should be there in order to avoid the plagiarism. What is the proper citation? Identify the source, choose the proper citation style, format of citation include in-text citation. So whatever the citation we have discussed, they are simply a citation. What is the meaning of in-text citation? Let's see. In-text citation means within a text, what we are doing, we are specifying the author's name. For example, APA style, according to the Smith. This is what a citation, and this is what a page number. So we are calling it what in-text citation. Within a text, when you are specifying the when you are citing the author name, in that case you need to write like this in APA style. And at the end, of course, you need to specify the reference list. And similarly, if it is a MLA, you need to specify like this. See, the sun is star, and followed by at the end the author name and page number. So that's why it is important that you should remember the format properly. Otherwise, even if you have specified the reference list, you may find there is a plagiarism. Okay, because of what? Non-proper format that you have followed. So that is what all about from my side. You can follow these 3 books of mine for your PhD coursework. Okay, research publication ethics, then research methodology, and MS Office. These are some of the references that I'm going to share with you. Now, I have one group called as research group where I'm sharing various ideas of mine. So you can also join with me if you wish. So I'm going to share this particular link with you within a chat box. And of course, there is a kind request to all of you to kindly subscribe my channel, where you may find more than 50 topics on research. Okay. So that is what all from my side, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. It was very aspiring one, and I hope now most of the budding researcher will aspire to write the research paper, since you have been very effective while delivering your talk. Especially, it was a practical one, and it was knowledge enriched. And the way you delivered the talk was reaching to everybody. Since I got so many questions, so we will share few.
Ajit
What
Nale.
Saraswati school, what style should be used for research paper and also research thesis? But regarding
Yes, sir.
what?
Okay, sir. I will give the answer of all of them because I'm able to see all this chat box.
Okay.
So, Ms. Saraswati, please remember you need to follow the same style whenever you are writing a research paper or whether you are writing a research thesis. You need to follow the same style. Okay. Now, how to check the figure plagiarism? So there is a tools are there, reverse image tools, reverse search engine tools are there, through which it is very much possible to check the plagiarism of images, reverse search engine tools. Okay, so I hope Mr. Sunil Gupta and yes, Mr. Sunil Gupta, I hope that you understood that what is the tool, reverse search engine. Now, Ajit is asking if there is any negative impact if we check the plagiarism multiple times in online of same information. No. Okay, unless your content has been in a public domain. Unless the content has been not published in a public domain, there is no issue at all that how many times you are taking your plagiarism work. Okay, so Urkund is one of the tools which make your content a public domain. Okay, so there is no issue that how many times you are taking your plagiarism. Okay, please send the link to join your group, sir. Okay, thank you, Satish sir. This is a link to join my Facebook group. Okay, then again, I will request all of you to kindly subscribe the channel. Mr. Nilesh is asking, is it safe to check the plagiarism using given online tools website? There is no issue at all. Okay, please remember, whenever you are checking using these tools, they are not keeping your content in a public domain. Unless if it has been published in a public domain, then only you are going to face problem. Otherwise, there is no issue at all. I hope Anga understood this particular point. Mr. Nilesh, okay. So someone is asked. Yes, any more questions?
Any question, please? आपण feedback कशामध्ये through Google Form?
लिंक पाठवा सर टेलिग्राम
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
We are sending the feedback link on Telegram group. Kindly update us about the feedback. And
Definitely, sir.
I'm really thankful to Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, who has been always kind enough to me and ITM, and always help us regarding conducting such webinars or conferences or any kind of help. You ask the help, and Master Dr. S.B. Kishore is always there. Very kind of you, sir. We all are grateful to you. And especially, it was a very knowledge enriched as well as practical session. Both session by Dr. Koekar and Dr. Kishore were excellent at par. And all the session from the morning are also knowledge enriched and good. And here I conclude that this webinar is a great success as the speakers has imparted a quality knowledge, quality concepts and practical one. And especially in last one, he demonstrated us how to use the tools. Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, and each and every speaker was excellent at par. I am personally, as well as a director of ITM, grateful to all the speakers. I'm feeling I would have been feeling to my duty if I won't thanks to the inaugurator Dr. Uddhavji Bhosle, Honorable Vice Chancellor Swami Ramanand Tirumala University, my boss and State Minister for Technical Higher and Technical Education, the Guardian Minister of Nanded for 2010-14, and Secretary Shahid Society, Honorable Shri Dattatreya Pandurangji Sawan, to be for presiding over the today's function. I would have been feeling to my duty. I want to extend my very profoundly sincere thanks to my non-teaching staff, teaching staff for rendering their services in making this seminar a success. And last but not least, Mr. Ukar in Nirgode, a family. He's from Pune. He's having his own company. He helped us as a technical lead. His technical support has been phenomenal. Without any interrupt since morning, he managed the live streaming of this webinar on YouTube. Onkar, God bless you, bro, and really it means a lot. No words are not enough to thank the speakers and Onkar. So I once again thanks to all the speakers, Advocate Anand Maurkar, Professor Sanjay Poekar, and Professor Parikshit Mahalle, and Master Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, attendee. You will be getting the certificate through Telegram, and if you have any difficulty for getting the certificate, those who have attended, please post on Telegram itself. And your feedback is very vital for us, since soon we will be meeting again for another webinar in the first week of April. The topic will be on these ongoing say crisis regarding placement and job. So to resolve that, we are planning to host one webinar to help the people to become an entrepreneur, than that it is the employer than being an employee. For that, the webinar will be on say how to go for the small scale industries, and especially the startups, and the people from various industry and government officials will be there to guide you to go for the small startups and all. And those who are interested, kindly make a note of it, either in the first week of April or in the second week of April. And I seek help from Master Dr. S.B. Kishore sir in this regard to spare his time to deliver
Definitely,
one
sir.
session. And there will be a couple of speakers from Pune, and one will be from IIT, and Dr. Sandeep Madiwal from Pune will be the helping us, and Professor Mahalle will also be there. So thank you one and all, and thank you Kishore sir especially once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
God
much.
bless you, sir. It was really very interactive, very interesting, and you keep the nerve and you hold the attendees throughout the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Satish. Dr. Satish, over to you, bro. People are asking for PPTs, but due to some reason, the PPTs will not be shared with the uh, say attendees. Since we have a live session, and since live session is being recorded on YouTube and it will be available throughout the time, you can refer the YouTube link as and when it is required. So sorry, we will not be able to say share the PPTs. It's intellectual property of the individual, so it's their hard work. So we won't be sharing any PPTs. Please don't ask for that, and you can refer as many times as you want on YouTube. So, Dr. Satish Kokade, is it okay to wind up? So, let us conclude here. Thank you for attending, and I declare that this webinar is over. Thank you,
Thank you,
Kishore, once again. Thank you, all.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.